Testing, testing. Welcome in, everybody. Hey, Corky. Hey, Rose. Hey, Mastrov. Hey, Zisu. Hey, LLM. Hey, Rissa. I've been seeing nothing but MAGA BS lives all day. Well, unfortunately, it's a lot easier for them to stay on live all day because none of them have jobs. Ha ha ha. Okay. But that triggers MAGA really hard. Just letting you know. If you say that they don't have jobs, it really hurts them. Am I late or early? You are early. We just started. Insomnia in the year of our Lord 2026. Yeah. All right. Here we go. We're gonna get started right now. We're gonna go to the first guest. Hi, welcome up.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
Good.
Do you disagree with the statement above?
I don't. That's why I'm not going to stay long. I just wanted to say, as a federal law enforcement officer of a decade, what that agent did was unequivocally an execution.
I appreciate you coming up.
Absolutely. You have a good day. I'll be in the comments. I know you're looking for ops.
Appreciate you. Thank you. I'm like 2 hours into Magic deck building. W guessed. Yeah, we'll take one of those to start us off. I'm performing MAGA demon exorcisms in chat tonight. You know what? It would make a lot more sense, actually. I'm at the point where if it turned out that all of MAGA is possessed by demons, that makes more sense than what I'm currently witnessing, I think. Just the sheer willfulness to disregard what their eyes are showing them and believe what their man is telling them. Starting off with a W guest as a reminder that majority of people aren't MAGA. Yes, yes. A reminder. It might not feel like it because online. So without the entire scope, right? It might feel like MAGA is way bigger than it is, right? Well, he won the election, got 77 million votes. Every time you go online, fucking all the comments are MAGA, right? But few key pieces of information. Number one, even that 77 million didn't break 3%. That's number one. Number two, 90 million eligible voters didn't vote. Number two. Number three, a big portion of that 77 million was independent voters. And while Republican voters still support him at the same rate that they did back in November because they're scum of the earth and they will support him no matter what. It doesn't matter if he rapes children or whatever, they don't care. His independent support has tanked. On Inauguration Day, January 20th, his support among independents was a net approval of +1, and his support now is a net approval of minus 55 among independents. He won every swing state. That's not true. He didn't win New Hampshire. Joe Biden was such an electoral juggernaut that he turned Georgia and Arizona into swing states. So, he won back the Republican states. You like that? You like when I just talk about electoralism? Is that what you want? Talk about electoralism? Anyway, didn't break 50% of the popular vote. A lot of the 77 million people were independents that no longer support him. 90 million people didn't vote. And his support online, a lot of it is astroturfed. Like, obviously, there's a bunch of NPCs that are just going to say whatever their leaders upload into their cloud, right? Or into their mainframe. Like, oh, this is the new thing. It's self-defense. It's a moving vehicle. It's 4,000 tons or whatever. That's the new thing coming from JD Vance and whatever, Benny Johnson, all of them. But there's so many people online that are paid by Russia to spread disinformation. There's people from, we found out once when X started showing people's account locations of origin, it was like people from Lagos, Nigeria, and people from Bangladesh, and it's like all just so much fake support. So like when you post something, right, and 90% of the comments are MAGA, you have to remember that it's like a bunch of bots, and then the small loud minority here agreeing with the bots. So okay, he won all 7 swing states. Why did you repeat that? Do you not think that New Hampshire is a swing state? He didn't win New Hampshire. That's so weird. Anyway, we're gonna go to the next guest. New Hampshire is not a swing state? Okay. Wait, New Hampshire is not considered as part of the 7 swing states. Quick question. Was Georgia considered as part of the 7 swing states going into 2020? I didn't know there were only 7 swing states. It's those 7. Interesting. Also, by the way, if you do want to talk about the 7 swing states, the states where Donald Trump claimed there's election fraud and gathered the fake electors when he got his back blown out by Joe Biden by 7 million votes. One of those states was New Mexico. And he didn't win New Mexico in 2024. So I don't know where you're getting this 7 swing state list. Each election cycle has different electorate. This shouldn't surprise you. It doesn't surprise me, but people in chat are for some reason, first of all, thinking that winning 7 swing states a year ago doesn't translate into him losing support now. That's number one. And King Juan has declared the 7 swing states. That's number one. Number two, the idea that there's just 7 swing states. That's all. It's just 7 swing states and that's it. Same polls that told you Kamala would win. The polling didn't even show Kamala would win. It literally had all of the polls were within the margin of error. You don't know how to read polls is the problem. New Hampshire is a swing state since 1992. It's been considered a swing state. It's a simple Google search. No, I know, Rebecca. If MAGA knew how to do simple Google searches, they wouldn't be MAGA. Literally, their entire ideology falls to 5 seconds on Google. The entire thing. They'll say Google's fake news. Okay. Juan, you want to come up and talk about electoralism? I'll talk about it with you. Come on. We'll talk about it.
Dan!
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Dan! Happy to see you.
You too.
Look,
what's going on?
real quick, because I know you're doing the basis real quick. How can I catch you? Because I got the notifications on for you, and it's like, I don't know, like, you really just got to catch you. Like, what the hell?
Okay. So basically, I've only been going live lately Friday and Saturday nights, and now those nights have been turned into mornings, I guess, because my sleep cycle's cooked. The best thing you can do is follow on YouTube and Twitch because those have better notification systems than TikTok.
TikTok.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing the base or are you like just chilling?
Yeah, no, that one guy came up just now, but he left. He ran because
Damn, I probably was talking too long. I'm sorry.
No,
All
you're.
right, I'm gonna go back in the
cool.
comments.
All right,
Wait, real
appreciate
quick.
you.
What's the Kamala give?
Oh, hold on. I don't even have that open. Give me a second.
I'm
I
finna
think
load my
it's.
shit up.
Someone help me out on which one that is.
Y'all could just tell me in the comments. I don't want to hold your thing
Okay,
up.
appreciate you. Thank you for coming up. All right. We are going to bring that guy back up if he's still here. Juan.
At jason.torres.tx request up.
Oh,
Why
I gotta
are you
turn.
being so lame? At Erica Hanna, it's so sad.
Sorry about that. Okay. The Kamala GIF is Magic Rhythm.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
All right, Juan.
Yo, so it's 3 a.m, so I'm not gonna be up here for very long. But the swing states, the 7 swing states, are Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, Michigan, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. You can argue New Hampshire is a swing state because it has swung both ways, but it's not considered a core swing state. It's not considered one that usually flips or is one that determines a winner. So yeah, that's where the 7 swing states come from.
So
you can keep coping. You can keep coping.
Okay. So do you agree then? Do you agree? Wait. Can you just answer this one question? Was Georgia a swing state, and was Arizona a swing state before Joe Biden won them in 2020?
Yeah,
they were. You think they were swing states going into 2020?
Yeah, those are considered the 7 swing states. Yes,
those are considered. When did they declare that? When did that start?
I don't know. You can do some research into it.
Well, I could tell you that.
I would suggest you do some research into
it. Prior to 2016. The biggest swing states were Florida and Ohio, and those are no longer swing states. Believe it or not.
Okay. Well, you can keep coping for her loss, for her massive loss.
Wait.
That doesn't really change the fact that he won every swing state. He won every battleground state.
So just so we're clear, I'm not the one that broke into the Capitol and smashed
I don't
on the
know why
walls.
you're obsessed with this lady. I mean, she lost. You should probably get over it.
You're the one that brought her up.
I brought her up?
Yeah, you said she lost all 7 swing states.
Yeah, you were talking about how he didn't win that much.
No, wait, that's not even what I. Whoa,
it's a historic win.
You weren't even. Oh, it's historic. Oh,
yeah.
Where do you?
When was the last time a president won? Hold on. When was the last time a president got a second administration non-consecutively?
Oh, that was only Grover Cleveland.
And how long ago was that?
I don't know exactly. Why does
exactly?
that?
It's pretty historic. It's historic.
Yeah, he's the
second.
Fact
that this president.
That's second. That's not history, right? You know that.
No, it is historic.
He was historic. He is the oldest. He is the oldest person to ever serve as president now.
He also got
and second fattest, actually.
Largest,
second fattest.
He also got the largest Latino vote of any Republican in the last 50 years. Not only that, he's gotten the most.
Wait, you know that's not votes. Historic, right? Like Reagan blew his back out with
votes.
that too.
Hold on, he's gotten the most votes than any other Republican president.
Oh, yeah, but he hasn't gotten the most votes of any president. That's Joseph Robinette Biden. Nice history
after
there.
They stole the election. I mean, that's why
now who's coping? Time. Wait, now who's coping? With zero evidence,
I mean, we're not coping. We already won.
No, you lost in 2020. You got your back blown out. Remember?
No, I would argue we won. I mean, Joe Biden did nothing but destroy the country and turn people more towards Trump.
Oh, okay. So we didn't steal the election. Just so we're clear. Which one is it?
Who, you?
No, the Democrats. Did Democrats steal the election in 2020?
I would argue they did. Yeah.
Yeah, you would argue that because you're coping. You can't fathom that Trump would lose an election because he's your man. You have to defend your man. You love your man.
Anyone with a brain would know that Joe Biden wouldn't get any more votes than any other president. Not only that, they would see the fact that Trump won in a landslide the second time, so it's obvious they stole the election. He should have had 2 consecutive administrations, but that's why he has not 2 consecutive administrations. That's why he won again after Joe Biden won because they had to rig the election.
Okay, just I want you to.
If you were paying attention at all during the
that's fine. So when Donald Trump was president, just really quick, I want to make sure Donald Trump was president. Donald Trump was president, and he was so incompetent he allowed the Democrats to steal the election. Then Democrats were in power, and they didn't steal the election. Make it make sense.
Democrats control their own states. Democrats controlled the counting. Democrats had
the Democratic state of Georgia. Wait, the Democratic state of Georgia.
Are you okay?
The Democratic state of Georgia.
The pipe burst in Pennsylvania. They evacuated the voting.
Yeah, this was all like that. This was all like that. You're literally coping.
They found the counting. They found all the votes after.
This is pathetic.
I mean,
wait. So then why did he lose 64 out of 64 court cases?
Did Trump win? Do you believe Trump won fair and square this last election?
Yeah, I do. Unlike you, I don't cope. I live in reality.
You believe we have fair elections? Then?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's
well,
things.
I would need you to talk to your own group that think that Trump stole the election with Elon Musk.
What?
So
Really quick. Oh, wait,
so
hold on.
if Trump can steal the
Can you do
election
me a
with
favor and
Elon
just
Musk,
wait? When you
just
say
ask
sentence,
your chat with.
bro, just one sentence at a time. Like you're saying so much.
It's
Let me
okay. It's
respond.
3 a.m. I don't think I'm gonna really waste my time talking to someone that's coping that Kamala lost and she had no support.
Kamala lost the election.
She
I say
lost
that.
every
You can't
swing
say that
state.
about Biden because you live
She
in
lost
fantasy
every
land.
swing
Go to
state.
bed
No,
and
Joe Biden didn't
your
lose.
dreams
You're
are
right.
more real than your actual reality. You live in a delusion.
You're right. Joe
And
Biden
the reason you
became
overtalk
president.
is because you know everything I'm going to say is going to debunk
Keep
everything
coping.
you say. That's why you
Keep
overtalk.
coping.
People that
Keep
overtalk,
coping. She
people that
lost.
overtalk, people
Trump
that
beat
overtalk
2 women.
do not want to be debunked. Trump beat yeah, he can only win against women. When he goes up against a walking mailbox, he gets his back blown out by 7 million votes.
Yeah, when
he cheated.
When he runs against someone they can't form a
Tell me how bad, how incompetent you have to be president and allow the election to get stolen right under your eyes, and you can't provide a single piece of evidence. Not a single piece of evidence.
Can't form a sentence. No one voted for Joe Biden.
Oh, can't form a sentence?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or walk in.
When I show you,
it's okay. You have a good night.
I mean, I know you don't believe your eyes because
Keep coping.
you are a Trump supporter.
You'll get there someday.
Yeah. So once I show you, and there's a runner. That's a runner. Chat. He's running. Whenever you see a guest that is over talking, right? Not answering my questions and over talking, what that is someone that knows they're in the wrong. It's so simple. And notice he says I'm coping, but I admit that Kamala Harris lost the 2024 election. But he believes that Trump won the 2020 election. His evidence is vibes. Complete vibes. He said, well, it's obvious because Trump won in a landslide this time that obviously it was stolen in 2020. Couldn't that just mean the opposite? If we went based off of that, right, we could say, well, given that Trump lost in a landslide in 2020, it's obvious that it was stolen in 2024. Like, that's how simple-minded. Like, the knuckle draggers are in power right now. It's really wild. All right, we're going to go to the next guest. Here we go. He was on the verge of tears. He's like, I really have to go to bed. It's 3 a.m. I can't let you talk. I don't really want to have this conversation with you. Blame the illegals. If they were not in your country, it would have never happened. The illegals, I don't think Renee was killed by an undocumented immigrant. She was killed by ICE. You might want to get your facts straight. Hi, welcome up.
Man, I don't understand. I'm not a Trump supporter. I just want to say I don't understand how people can look at that video and say, hey, he literally did not murder her. It doesn't make any sense.
It is. Have you ever read the book 1984?
No.
Okay. It is literally where we're at. Basically, 1984 is about a government that continues to get more and more fascistic and gain more and more control over their citizenry to the point where
this dumbass said, "Don't use your car as a weapon. You can move out of the way."
No, don't worry. I'm gonna get to all their fake arguments in a moment if they have the testicular fortitude to actually come up. But okay, so the final thing that was pushed by the government in 1984 was the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. Anyone that watches the video sees that his first shot took place when his legs were already clear from the car.
He was literally trigger happy.
Yeah. I mean, and we see that with what happened afterward. Like, literally, right after murdering a person, he said, fucking bitch.
And that was so crazy because I was actually in your live yesterday when you were arguing that one guy saying that, oh, they were both wrong. And I'm like, there's literally no way you can say that lady's wrong because she was literally scared for her life. And she's trying to get away because ICE, which people forget, they're not cops. This is a big gang.
The reality is, I'm gonna tell you the big truth, okay? And then I'm gonna go to the next guest. The big truth is, most of the people right now that are defending this, their real argument, the actual argument that they want to make is I want to live in a comply or die society. Because that's usually going to be better for me. They're usually in the majority group, whatever group that might be. So they're okay with the people that they hate losing their constitutional rights, even if that means they might lose their constitutional rights. Like,
And it's literally crazy because I'm actually a naturalized citizen, but I literally just got my citizenship last year, and I don't even know what could have happened because I saw that they raided a ceremony where people were about to be sworn in, and they stopped it and started arresting people. And I'm just like, it's actually terrifying.
Yeah, it is. All right, man. Thank you so much for coming up.
No problem, man.
All right. Really quick, someone in the chat said, and her girlfriend or her wife didn't tell her to drive. I love the victim blaming, right? So her wife tells her to get away from the person who masked man walks up to her door and says, get out of the car, and tries to open the door. In any other situation, you'd be able to drive away. But in this case, because they have their big boy badges that do not give them authority to arrest a U.S. citizen in this case, it's okay. Then stay out of the way, and she's known for going to... Ray, okay, just say... This is all I want from you guys, all of you. Saying that, it's her fault because she was there. Just say it with your chest. I want to live in an authoritarian dictatorship. I want it so that if somebody has a gun and a badge, they can tell me to do whatever the fuck they want. And as long as I comply, I'll be fine. That's all I want. I just want you guys to say it with your chest, okay? Because that's what you mean when you say she shouldn't have been there. Also, super curious. Were you arguing that Kyle Rittenhouse was a murderer then? Because he shouldn't have been there? Something tells me no. All right. Here we go. Go on to the next guest. I got RO beating as fuck. I mean, yeah, they just really love their man. They just want to defend him, lick his boots, whatever it takes. Hey, welcome up.
Yo. So do you at least understand that ICE does have the powers to obtain if there's obstruction going on?
There are 3 situations where ICE can detain a U.S. citizen. Do you know what they are?
Yes, obstruction or impeding on investigation or operations.
Nope. That's not.
I actually looked this up. Yes, it is.
Okay, pull up what you just said, because the three cases where ICE can detain a U.S. citizen are: 1, if they suspect the person of being in the U.S. illegally, that doesn't apply here. 2, if the person assaulted an officer, that doesn't apply here. And then 3, the one that the guest is going to twist and contort, is if the person interferes with an arrest.
Hold on, my kiddo. I'm like, I have all my sources. My kiddo just woke up. You can move on to the next one. I'll be back.
All right, sounds good. Chat, be careful. The plot of Idiocracy. They're breeding. We're not. Be careful. Okay. I love the extraction of it, but who the fuck are they arresting? So they try to make it. This is how they twist it, right? They are allowed to detain a U.S. citizen if they are obstructing an arrest. They twist it to if they're obstructing an investigation, and ICE is always investigating. Like, that's the stretch that they have to go to. All right, we're going to go to the next guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Friday and Saturday nights doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much. Okay, what are the plans for the
Hello.
Dan? Hello. A guest in your live has violated our misinformation policy. I don't know if that's you.
No, who, me?
It just popped up. I don't know if it was you or a previous guest.
I don't know. I don't spread misinformation.
Okay. Well, do you disagree with what's up there?
Absolutely. I don't believe that it's murder.
Okay. So,
can you tell me what the three corners of the deadly force triangle are?
I'm just gonna pull up the U.S. code. I don't know about the geometry of it.
What's the deadly force?
Yeah. So this is from Department of Justice's Department of Justice policy on use of force. I'm just going to pull it straight from here. Use of deadly force. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable. Let me move that over. I'm sorry. Solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless, 1, a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than a vehicle. So that's not the case here. She didn't have a gun.
Nope.
Or 2,
Nope.
this is the important one. The vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury to the officer or others, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle.
Okay. So let's break that down video by video. Can you show the video?
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe his view.
Yep.
Let's do that.
Here, this one has both, and they're synced up. Here you go.
Let's take it frame by frame. All right. So can we both agree that there is an ICE vehicle in front of her as well?
You're talking about the white vehicle that's to the right of her?
To the right, yes.
Yes, there is a white vehicle to the right of her. That's correct.
Yes, because that's where that officer involved in the shooting got out of, correct?
Yes, that is the vehicle he got out of. We're on the same page.
Okay. So there was multiple ICE agents behind them with lights on.
Well, hold on. You do know that her vehicle was there before the white vehicle, right?
Her vehicle was there before the white vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Show me proof of that.
Give me about 30 seconds, okay? I just gotta pull it up. I have a lot of links.
It's all good. I again, I don't spread misinformation.
Awesome.
I also have 11 years military, so I'm going to break it down from a tactical perspective. Okay.
Now, prior to this, the video shows the SUV had it's grainy and distant.
Okay, here we go. It's gonna be.
So there's her vehicle,
right,
and then so the white vehicle goes past it, right?
The white vehicle's not here right now.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
Particular across the street, seeming to.
And now notice that she's there before the white vehicle. Okay, I've shown you proof.
So you have shown me proof. Perfect.
Awesome.
Okay, so
go back.
In a tactical aspect, have you ever been in a situation where you didn't know what was a threat and what wasn't a threat?
Sure.
Okay, you have been.
Yeah.
Okay, so if this person is driving and then just turns left and starts blocking the road, do you know if they have a gun in the car?
How many lanes are on this road?
There's 2 lanes.
Correct. So she's not blocking the road. She's blocking half of a lane, right?
But when in the vehicle code is that even legal?
Well, they're not traffic cops. This isn't their jurisdiction. So they do not have the jurisdiction to pull somebody over for being parked weird, right?
Okay, but I still don't know if they're a threat or not, right?
Why would you even think they're a threat? A car's parked weird. You immediately assume there's a gun.
Trust me, if these ICE agents are putting on their boots in the morning and you're calling them fascists, Nazis, if you're calling them all this sort of stuff, fuck ICE, let's get rid of ICE.
Yeah, that's
what do you
First
think
Amendment.
my mentality is going into work, that there's a threat?
Well, then, if that's the case, then why would you pull up to the threat? Why wouldn't you just drive past it?
Why would
she was waving them through?
She was waving. Okay, show me waving them through.
Okay, sure, I got you. Sounds like you didn't watch these videos enough.
I did.
U.S. citizen, former fucking
okay. You see her hand just now? Want me to zoom in?
Go ahead, zoom in.
Why did they stop? Why could they just not drive past her?
Go ahead. Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
Okay. So I didn't see the waving part. Okay. But coming from a tactical aspect, I still don't understand why this person would literally go in front of a caravan in a military aspect. If somebody is going in front of your vehicle, that's a threat.
Wait. What do you mean in front of a caravan? We just watched it. You said you don't share misinformation. She is here before them. She's here before them.
Okay, but the ICE is coming. Why would she just stop in the middle of the road? Because she knows that they're coming.
No. First of all, I'm pretty sure she was dropping off her child. But whatever that reason,
dropping off her
just so we're clear, whatever the reason is, this is America, and it's none of your business or their business. Actually,
none of their business. Why they're parked. Not
a little weird. Yes, that's correct.
Going...
If they really thought that there was something fishy going on, they should call the police because it's the police's jurisdiction to deal with that.
The police's jurisdiction. So why don't citizens just call the police on ICE?
Well, if ICE is doing something illegal, they actually can and maybe should. Yeah.
Maybe should, right? So
if ICE is doing something illegal, that's right.
Okay, so but if she literally went out of her way, which she wasn't dropping off her kid in the middle of the road.
Let me ask you a question. If you see a car parked weird, have you ever just been in traffic and you see either a car with hazards on or a car that's a little bit double parked? You just assume that they're a threat?
In this day and age, yes.
Okay, yeah, you're in a different reality. I appreciate you coming up. We're not going to agree, right? Because like you're living in a world where we're in a war zone.
What? We can agree to disagree, right? So, but do you think it's normal just to park in the middle of the road?
She wasn't parked. Her brake lights are literally on, so you know she's not parked. How long do you think she was there? Wait, here's a good question. How long do you think she was there?
Let's say 15 to 25 seconds.
15 to 25 seconds, and you think that is a threat? You're assuming there has to be a firearm in her vehicle.
I don't know what's in there. So
bro,
when
just
you
enlist.
were
You played too much COD or something. I don't know what is going on here.
No, when you were taught as a little kid, when you got pulled over, what was the first thing that they told you to do?
What you're saying is irrelevant because these are not police officers.
Okay, but they are still Department of Homeland Security. They are in an authoritative. It does
okay.
matter.
So just say, okay. Then all I want you to do is just say I don't care about the Fourth Amendment. I want to live in an authoritative state because that's what you're saying. You like licking boots. That's fine. I don't. In the same way that I don't look at cars that are parked weird or stopped weird or have hazards on and assume there's a gun. Right?
How can I say that you're not living in a distorted reality?
Well, I just personally don't like the flavor of boot. But maybe you seem to enjoy it. Like we just we want to live in a different America.
But then you just gaslight me, and then you call me a bigot, a fascist,
I didn't
racist,
call you a bigot.
Nazi.
I didn't call you a bigot.
No, but you call me a bootlicker.
No, you want that. What you're describing, you just don't like the word. Okay, you don't like the word. But what you just said. What do they teach you when you're young about when you get pulled over? If I get pulled over, listen to me.
Okay.
I don't want to live in a country where I can get pulled over by a guy with a mask on, does not identify himself, and tries to open my door because I'm stopped strangely for 25 seconds. If you want to live in that country, that's great. We're never going to agree. We have different ideologies here. I want to live in a free country.
No, we're definitely
not free country.
I'm definitely not a victim, by the way, in the chat. Just to let you know, right? She went out of her way to block ICE. That's why there was sirens going. There was whistles blowing.
Wait. Can you blocked would imply that they couldn't go forward, right?
But there was still some sort of maneuver to stop them from doing what they needed to do.
Some sort of maneuver. So in a 2-lane road, and she's blocking half of one of the 2 lanes and waving people through. That you think is her obstructing ICE? Damn, ICE must be really shitty at their jobs.
What do you do for work?
I don't know what it matters, but
okay, just name a job.
Sales.
Okay, you're a salesperson, and then I'm walking behind you on your way to work, right? You are just a great salesman. I'm just walking behind you with a bat.
With a bat?
You know who I am because you saw me with a bat.
Did she have a bat?
No. But just listen.
I'm listening.
And then I go in front of you and say, "No, you can't do your job. I hate your job. You are a Nazi. You are a bigot. You are a racist." right?
Yeah.
And then I lift up my bat. You wouldn't want to defend yourself?
How many fingers am I holding up?
4.
Okay. All right. So we do live in the same reality, at least a little bit. Do you really think that somebody walking in front of you as you're walking with a baseball bat is the same as a woman waving you through in her vehicle? If you think that's the same, I'm going to go to the next guest and talk to a person who lives on the same plane as me.
Okay, you're just not going to agree with me.
Yeah, I already said that. I already said we live in we want different Americas. I don't want an America.
Yeah.
I don't want an America where I have to comply or die. I don't want an America where I can, a masked man that does not identify himself can rush to my car and try to open the door because I'm stopped weird in the snow. I don't want that America. You do, so have a good day. Like, do you disagree with what I'm saying? Is anything that I said a lie?
No, you literally just have glasses on that are fucked up backwards.
Okay, all right. So you do agree that we should not have to comply to random masked men, right? Or no?
Yes, I agree that we don't have to comply to random masked men.
Awesome. So in that case, why would
Jake
you
is
keep,
from Mars.
Then why did you keep bringing up what do our parents teach us about when you get stopped by the police? Like that's some bootlicking behavior that you're doing.
Okay, but it's basic etiquette. So when a cop walks up, because we're looking only
Not
at
a
one
cop.
perspective. We're looking at one perspective, even a law enforcement. Right?
I mean,
I don't
it
know.
depends on law enforcement. Just to give you, I don't think people understand because they love ICE so much that they don't get that jurisdiction matters. Can you imagine if you were stopped? I'm going to put this exact same scenario, except instead of ICE, it was an IRS agent or a U.S. Postal Service officer, which exists, by the way.
Okay.
Do you think they should be able to walk up to your car and say, open up, get out of the car?
Okay, but you weren't listening to my analogy, so why would I have to listen to your analogy?
Because your analogy wasn't apt. You were implying that a person stepping in front of you as you're walking with a baseball bat is somehow analogous to a person on the side of the road waving you through. Whereas my comparison is a federal law enforcement officer, which is exactly what IRS officers are, is exactly what U.S. Postal Service officers are, do not have jurisdiction to make traffic stops.
Okay.
Just like ICE do not have jurisdiction to make traffic stops. The only way they would be able to detain a U.S. citizen is, we already went over it. Either they suspect the person is not a U.S. citizen, not the case here. The U.S. citizen assaulted an officer, not the case here, or they are obstructing an arrest, not the case here. There was no arrest being had. So, like, all you have to say is, I believe that they should be able to have more power, right? You could just say that with your chest, and it's okay. We just are different people. It's okay.
I disagree with you 100% because yes, and we can take it frame by frame. We can take it. You believe that the ICE agent shouldn't have been able to detain them, and
Correct.
then I
Based on the law.
that I believe that the person shouldn't have made that maneuver and presented herself as a threat.
Well, the maneuver that you're referring to, are you referring to the driving off, or are you referring to being stopped?
I'm applying to just. They knew ICE was coming because they were blowing whistles.
You're malfunctioning, bro. Just go get some new talking points. This is not. Just answer this.
So why were they blowing whistles?
This is all I'm going to ask you. Okay.
So why were they blowing whistles?
Who's they?
Did you hear all of the things? Why were they doing sirens and blowing whistles?
Look, I like that you said the word "they" again. Who is they?
The people on the side of the road.
Oh, so not the woman who's murdered. I don't know, and I don't care. I don't know what that has relevance to do with this. So
the relevance is they knew ICE was coming, and she was trying to obstruct them from doing their job
by waving them through.
By waving them through.
Yeah, you didn't see it. Oh well, just play it again. Maybe this will help.
Okay, let's do it. Let's break it.
Because you were wrong about when the white vehicle was there. So Here.
That's fine.
Look at her hand. You see her hand?
U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us?
Do you notice that she didn't keep pulling forward? You might have had an argument if after the civilian went through, she kept pulling forward to completely block the road. But no, she continued and waved this ICE vehicle through. But they decided to stop and
did she continue to wave?
Yeah. Take a look.
Did she continue to wave, or was she just waving the civilian? Do you know that?
Do I?
No. See,
so wait, if there's no wave, wait, really quick. If there's no wave, but the road isn't blocked, what does that mean? Tell me what that means.
That she's still obstructing.
How is she obstructing if the road is not blocked? Simply tilting your wheel slightly to the left to go around. How is that obstructing?
To go around. Look at where her tires are right now.
I'm sorry. Are we living on the same reality here?
No. Look at where her tires are.
Look, I see where her tires are. Do you see this vehicle?
Go ahead.
Do you see this gray vehicle right here that I'm circling?
Yes.
This vehicle is not a highly trained ICE agent, and yet they were somehow able to pass her vehicle, right?
Okay, so what's stopping her from flooring it and hitting the other vehicle?
Oh, okay. Got you. Yeah, you live in a constant state of fear. You are a small, fearful man, and apparently ICE hires the same type of people as you. I'm sorry that you're under the impression that for some reason this woman is just going to floor it into you. Okay, I have never.
Look, okay, let's pull up the videos of ICE agents getting thrown rocks at, snow at, piss bottles at. Let's see that.
Okay, so just you being scared is not a good enough reason to try to abduct a woman. Which is
if you are in a position where you have to fear for your life on a daily basis, don't you think that you would be in a heightened sense?
There are only 3 reasons an ICE agent can detain a U.S. citizen. Went over this. Reason number 1 is if they believe that they're not a U.S. citizen. Not the case here. Reason number 2 is if they believe that they are, or is if they assaulted a police officer. Not the case here. And reason number 3 is if they are obstructing an arrest, which is not the case here. Do you think they should have more power than that?
How do you know that they weren't going to try and make an arrest?
Oh, we already know that because Christy Noem told us that they were there on that street because they were stuck in the snow. There's no evidence that they were making an arrest, and it would have come out by now. Like, this isn't the case. We know it's not the case. So I'm going to ask you again, do you think they should have more power than that?
More power than that?
Than the 3 exceptions that I just gave you. Do you think they should have more power than that?
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing.
Thank you so much, Juggernaut, for the galaxy. Notice how it's so difficult for you to answer because you know you want to say yes, but it's humiliating. It's humiliating to say yes. I get it. I know it is humiliating to be this afraid of the outside world. I totally get you, Jake. Okay, but it's okay to just either be yourself, or maybe the cognitive dissonance will finally break through, and you'll be like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't be such a bitch, right?
Oh, okay. So you said cognitive dissonance. Do you know what a cognitive distortion is?
Or you mean like the singular event of cognitive dissonance? Is that?
No, cognitive distortion.
Go ahead,
Meaning
teach
like
me.
black or white thinking, right? The idea of all or nothing.
Sure, yeah.
Right? Do you believe in that?
I believe in black and white thinking.
No, like just all or nothing.
No, of course not. Life has nuance.
Yeah, life lives in the gray area, right?
Sure, but
so we can agree that this could be a gray area.
Well, we didn't even get to the topic of like the actual shooting itself.
Okay,
there is
let's
no
just
gray
talk
area.
about that.
Just no, because I don't. What I don't do is have conversation with people that live in different realities. So I need you to either concede or just admit the truth. Given the 3 reasons why an ICE agent can detain a U.S. citizen, did they have jurisdiction to detain this woman? Yes or no?
Okay, so if I concede to this point, then we get to talk about the shoot.
Well, you have to be honest. You can't just do it.
Well, in accordance with the Homeland Security and the black and white, they do not have permission to detain a U.S. citizen.
But would it be possible if you could just answer the question I asked before that you chose not to answer? Do you think they should have more power than just those 3 exceptions?
No.
Okay. Awesome. All right. So now that we agree that they don't have the jurisdiction to do what they did, we can keep watching the video. No pivots without concessions, chat.
You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
Pause.
Now.
All right, so go back 3 seconds. Okay, go back a little bit more. So where is he positioned? No. Go back.
Yeah.
Where is he positioned now? He's on the B pillar, correct?
Yeah.
When she's not driving?
He is on the right side of her vehicle. Yeah.
On the right side of her vehicle. Now play 2 seconds.
So she reverses.
Oh, where is he at? Where is he at now?
Well, right now, I don't know if you know this, but he's been walking around the vehicle.
No, I do know that. Yes.
Okay. So now,
he was triangulating the car. He walked around to do a threat assessment, and then the other 2 came in, right, to do, and then look where he is
even
now.
you can't keep a straight face for that one.
Okay, and he has his phone in his hand, just to let you know. Does he have a gun on her right now?
Yeah, wait. He's doing the ocular pat down. He's doing the ocular pat down from It's Always Sunny threat assessment. Bro, what are you talking? He's recording with his phone. Triangulating.
Okay,
what is he triangulating? Do you know what that word means?
Yes, I do. I was in the military for 11 years.
Well, thank you for your service, but
yeah.
How is that relevant to what he's walking around the car? Why was triangulating the word you chose to use here?
Because he was on the opposite end of the car. He wasn't in front of her car.
Okay, I'm going back. Here we go. Yeah, so he was walking around her car.
He was walking around.
He had already done a full circuit, right?
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car.
So he was stopped there, right? Now he's on B pillar, and then she backs up.
Well, hold on. You know that he did a full circle,
That's
right?
fine.
Just
US
we have to go back.
Yes, he did do a full circle.
Okay,
He started in the front. He started in the front.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself.
Oh, I have to get the longer video.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm sorry.
So
guys.
he stopped.
I'm sorry.
Right? Stopped and recorded her saying, "Go get some lunch, big boy."
Some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Okay. Now he's on the left side of the vehicle. He's on the B pillar. She backs up.
Okay.
Now he's in the center of her vehicle.
Where is he now?
He's on the middle right section of her vehicle.
He is on the middle right section. You sure it's not the middle left section?
Oh, sorry. Middle left section.
Okay.
Middle
all
port
right.
side.
Good. Okay. Where is he now?
Middle. Right. So middle left still.
And we're going to slow it down real quick.
Okay. Now
Okay,
he pulls
he's pulling the gun out.
Look, he's pulling his gun out, and he's still somewhat in the left section of the car.
Somewhat. Look at
He's
so
pulling the
at
gun
least
out.
one of his feet is clear, right? You see that foot, right? His right foot.
But
at the very minimum, his right
I
foot
want to
is clear.
see his. I want to see his angle because because he's going to
Look
be
at both.
prosecuted off of reasonable, like what a reasonable officer would do. That's how the law views
Right.
it.
So
correct.
I want to point something out. Yes, that's correct. A reasonable officer, and that's why every single piece of case law points out the fact that, first of all, this is from Scott versus Smith. However, a simple statement by an officer that he fears for his safety or the safety of others is not enough. There must be objective factors to justify such a concern. And then we have this one is Orn versus the city of Tacoma. In similar circumstances, we held that a reasonable jury could find that an officer standing near a slow-moving vehicle would not have perceived himself to be in danger of serious bodily harm because he could have avoided any risk of injury by simply stepping to the side. Okay?
And that's Acosta versus the city of San Francisco.
Right. So this holds. I also have that one up here. This is Acosta versus City of San Francisco. On the basis of the evidence presented at trial, the jury could have reasonably concluded that a reasonable officer who had positioned himself facing the driver so that he was standing closer to the.
Did he position himself there?
Uh,
Did he walk in front of the vehicle, or did she back up
he walked
and then position the
So
vehicle?
he was walking around and for some reason decided to stop to pull his gun out, even though he could have just took 1 or 2 more steps forward and been totally clear. Look, we
But he also stopped. He also stopped to video record the lady saying this. The lady saying, "Go get lunch, big boy."
Okay. Oh, awesome for him, I guess.
So he stopped, right?
Wait,
and
hold
then
on.
she backed up and then positioned the car.
Wait, he's
to
literally
that
not
side.
stopped. Hold on.
Get out of the fucking car.
Look at him.
B-pillar.
Look at
She
him.
backs up.
Go
Look
get
at him.
yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Then so he's on
So
the
he's
B-pillar.
walking.
Then she backs up.
Walking.
Then she
Oh
backs
my
up.
God, my legs! I have to stop and kill this woman. Why did he stop walking? All he had to do was keep walking. He was able to walk the whole last couple seconds, but the moment the car moves, he freezes like a deer in headlights. Oh my God. I better shoot this woman once, and then 2 more times to make sure she's dead. Right? He put himself in harm's way very clearly by stopping. And if we look at it from the other angle, so we're going to finish watching this and then we're going to look at it from the other angle, and it'll be clear to you that.
Oh man, you're just gonna show me the feet. I get it. Come on, let's go.
Wait, just the feet.
You're gonna show me his feet. Go ahead.
Are you under the impression that if an officer's feet are completely clear and that officer leans forward with their chest to shoot, that is somehow self-defense?
So let's finish this video and show how he gets hit too. Go ahead.
Okay, so you don't care about his feet. So I guess there's no point in this video. Because this video we can only see his feet.
Okay, so when she hit him, was his feet on the left side?
Yes.
Okay, let's see it.
That's the first gun. You heard the first shot, right? You heard it?
No, go back 3 seconds.
Sure.
So from this angle, he is further back from the vehicle. So that's why you can see his right foot, his starboard foot. Go ahead, keep going. So he pulls
There's
out
the
his
first
gun.
There's the first gunshot. We just heard it, right? Well, we're gonna do the thing. We're gonna do the not gonna believe the evidence of our eyes and ears. Is that what we're doing? Did you not hear the first gunshot?
The evidence of our eyes and ears. Go ahead, keep going.
That's the second and third.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now you have a person that is running away. Now I don't know if she's a threat to other people.
Oh no. You know that, and that is from. I got you. Hold on. This is from.
In the defense of others, correct?
Cordova versus the Commerce City. Okay. So they ruled.
And if it starts with therefore, you also have to read what's before it.
Sure. No, I got you. Okay. The Supreme Court recently applied this balancing approach in Scott versus Harris, where the court had little difficulty in concluding that an officer had acted reasonably when he terminated a car chase by ramming the bumper of the fleeing car. On one side of the scale, the suspect posed an actual and imminent threat to the lives of any pedestrians who might have been present, to other civilian motorists, and to officers involved in the case, and had also demonstrated his own capability by unlawfully engaging in reckless, high-speed flight that ultimately produced the choice between 2 evils that the officer confronted. On the other side of the scale was the life of a suspect that the fact that the ramming posed a high significant threat. But hold on. I don't remember what page
Keep
it was
reading.
on.
Keep reading. I want to read. I want to hear the right side too. Go ahead.
Importantly, though, while the threat to the suspect in Scott posed a high likelihood of serious
No,
injury,
the perhaps lesser.
the perhaps
That
lesser
posed a high
probability of
likelihood of serious injury or death.
That's what I was going to
continue
read,
from
and then
there.
you told me to go back. Okay. Posed a high likelihood of serious injury or death to the suspect, faced with the apparent I don't know what that word is. Perhaps the lesser
Equipoise.
probability of injuring or killing numerous bystanders against the perhaps larger probability of injuring or killing a single person. The court found that the culpability of the suspect and innocence of the bystanders and officers tipped the balance in favor of reasonableness. However,
And reasonableness.
yeah.
However, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was going to try to find the page because it's a long case.
I want to hear however.
Well, however wasn't there. So.
Oh.
But that's why I wanted to just find the page I'm referring to here.
But he remained in his lane of traffic. That's a nice little word right there.
Okay. Here we go. All right, so the court stated that where an officer has probable cause to believe that the suspect poses a threat of serious physical harm, either to the officer or others, it is not constitutionally unreasonable to prevent escape by using deadly force. Quoting Carr versus Castle. But that statement must not be read too broadly. It does not mean that any risk of physical harm to others, no matter how slight, would justify any application of force, no matter how certain to cause death. The Supreme Court the Supreme Court's careful distinction of Vaughn and Scott belies that sweeping a proposition. We do not believe it would be reasonable for an officer to shoot any motorist who ran a red light or swerved through lanes simply because reckless driving poses some threat of physical harm to a bystander who might be down the road.
So we're comparing somebody running a red light to somebody running in front of ice.
Running in front of ice. What does in front of ice mean?
So positioning themselves in front of ice.
No. I thought we went over this. She was there before ice.
Okay.
You saw that, right?
Okay.
We went over that.
Yeah. Yes. So let's continue the
video.
The video. Yes.
Sure. Yeah. Well, this video is over. Let's go to the other angle, right? The angle, not this one. Sorry, the angle that Trump was bragging about. Gotta check. Give me a second. This one. There we go. Okay. This is the one where we actually see potentially the agent getting struck. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, notice where his feet are. Why is he leaned so far forward?
I don't know why he was leaning forward. Go back a couple inches.
Oh well, I mean it's clear to me, and anyone who's not ideologically captured. Why is he leaving? Why is he leaning so far forward?
Can we stick with the subject and not gaslighting? Go ahead.
That's not what gaslighting is, but okay.
Okay, so that's when they backed up. Then he backed up, correct?
That he backed up one of his legs, but then he chose to lean forward with his torso to get a good shot.
Yes, that's what you call the.
Do we agree that's what he's doing?
Stance?
Wait, do we agree that's what he's doing? He's leaning forward to get a better shot, right?
Yes.
Case closed. All he had to do instead of leaning forward to get a good shot at her face, he could have just continued in the way that his leg was already going.
How do I know that she wouldn't be turning the wheels left or right to hit me?
What kind of magical fucking car do you think that is? If you cleared the side of the car can't warp in a circle, right?
But she clearly backed up and then positioned herself in
you're laughing. Oh, wait, okay, he's not. Oh, all right, this isn't a real person. He's laughing, he's trolling. Okay. Oh, thank God.
No, I'm not trolling.
Why do you keep laughing? You're laughing because you know you're lying.
No, I'm 100%. I don't know if it's a nervous laugh or what, but she backed up and he was positioned in the center.
Maybe this will help you visualize it.
Okay, who did this?
Donald Trump. Can we at least agree that the second and third shot certainly weren't justified? Can we at least agree
Understood.
with that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. All right. At least we don't have to fight on that one. Okay, so now we're going to analyze it.
So just to let you know, law enforcement, military, we're trained to shoot until the threat stops. Can we agree on that?
Who was the threat? Who was the threat to?
When you discharge your weapon, he discharged because he thought there was some sort of threat.
To who?
To himself or others.
Do you really think there was a threat to others in his head? Genuinely. Be honest. Do not lie to me. Come on, bro.
He was definitely a threat to himself.
Yeah. I didn't contest you about a threat to himself. Do you think that he thought there was a threat to others?
I don't know.
Be fucking for real, man. Come on. We're really going to be like this? Really, after all this?
I'm not.
You really think in his head, oh my God, she might run over a child?
Okay, keep going.
Like, what's the point of this one? Also, really quick, why would shooting, even if this was the case, that he is going to get run over, why would shooting and killing the person stop him from getting run over? That's not how cars work. Right? And we agree about how cars work, maybe?
Yeah, we agree how cars work.
Right, and shooting and killing her wouldn't have prevented him from being run over anyway if he was in the path of the car. Right?
If he was in the path of the car, either way.
So then why did he kill her?
Because it was a weapon that was being used against that person.
But you just said it wouldn't have saved him, right? If he's in the path of the car, it wouldn't have saved him. So what,
well,
was it
it
punishment?
doesn't mean if somebody comes up to me and points a gun at me and I try and defend myself and I die, it doesn't mean that I couldn't have the right to defend myself.
No, but this is the opposite. This is the opposite. This is a situation where shooting and killing her would not have prevented him from getting hit. As we saw with what happened. Right? Like aside from just moving out of the way, which for some reason you don't believe he can do, even though all the video shows it, he could have shot the tire. He could, like how does shooting and killing a person who's driving stop the threat? The vehicle's still going forward.
Not in his shoes.
Okay, so we go back. Do you think police should have more power, or law enforcement officers should have more power? Because you're saying that in his shoes, because it's a hard job, and he gets really in his feelies sometimes, he should be able to let a couple murders off, right? You could just say
no, I don't believe that any cop should be able just to pew
the law exists to protect us from situations like this.
Who's there to enforce the law?
Well, in the case of murder, it wouldn't be ICE either. Right?
Okay, it wouldn't be ICE either, right? But to enforce the law, police officers, which you guys absolutely want to dismantle as well.
They don't need no. I'm sorry. Police also have to follow the law.
Yes, but you guys don't want police officers as well, correct?
Okay? First of all, if you're under the impression that the majority of the left do not want police officers at all, then you're just ideologically captured. You're believing what the people on the right are spreading online.
Okay, how about this? Who did you vote for in the last election? Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Neither. I voted for Kamala Harris.
Okay, so you voted for her. She also said to defund the police, correct?
When?
During the BLM protests?
If you could provide evidence of that, that'd be awesome. She was
Okay.
never for defund the police. And even, by the way, just to be clear, even if she was, the defund the police movement was about reallocating funds to other things. But I personally, I thought it was a shitty name for the movement. And either way, she wasn't for defund the police. She was the police.
Oh, she was the police. Okay, let's talk about that then. You want? I'm not going to pivot on that, but it's.
I swear to Christ,
where
if you
do
bring
want
up
this?
the prosecution of
No.
Okay.
Where was she? Where was she raised? Born and raised?
Okay, this is a massive pivot. You really want to talk about Kamala Harris? No. If you want to pivot to Kamala Harris, then you have to concede everything we just talked about, or we have to finish that conversation. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. No pivots without concessions. I'm sorry. Right?
Okay. So this is what I can give you. The first shot, gray area. The second and third shot, red area.
Red. So he committed murder.
Well, was she dead on the first shot? That's what you said.
He shot the second and third shot with intent to kill.
That's the point of deadly force.
What's up, Hector?
Well, I was going to let you finish on your first point because he mentioned Kamala, and that's mainly why I got in the request. But I'll just really say,
listen, if you,
I would love to debate the Kamala Harris thing.
You do not.
Oh yes, I do. I definitely. Where are you from?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, I'm from California. So let's do
fucking liberal.
Kamala Harris did praise defund the police, and then she proceeded to explain exactly what defunding the police was about and not the misconceptions that the average moron thinks it is.
Okay, but she did say to defund the police, correct?
Yep.
And then recanted it, and then clarified with her with her word salad, correct?
What are you talking about? Come on, Mr. California. What recant are you talking about?
So repeat the point that you just said.
I'm sorry, you just said a point. You said she said it, then recanted it, and then went on a word salad. So substantiate your claim, Mr. California.
Didn't you just say that she
because you said you'd love to debate this, and now you're trying to nitpick at what I said. My claim was very clear. She said, yes, she praised and supported defunding the police and explained exactly what it is versus what morons think it is. And then your rebuttal was, she said it and recanted it and words out.
No, she said it, and then when it wasn't good for her image, she downplayed it.
Again, give me dates. Because there was no downplaying of defund the police. Exactly what she said the first time was exactly what she said at the last time. She never changed her stance on defund the police.
1 second, let me get receipts.
I also, Jake, I imagine you hold the same energy when Donald Trump said he was going to be a dictator on day one, and then had to clarify. Well, it was just a joke. I meant like day one, I'm going to do a lot of things, and just I just want to make sure you had the same energy.
Biden, I want
so
you to have the same energy when Biden said, "If you don't vote for me, you're not black."
Jake, what you need to do now is say, "I did not have the same energy," and then you could bring up Biden. You can.
Okay, but now we're talking about controlling. Don't control me if you don't want ICE to control other people.
Okay, well, pull up the dates for Hector.
Dan, why are you up?
Because I stayed up too late last night.
Hey, just to let you know, just to set the bar, I am not a far right person. I don't care. I love just social discord and debating.
Yeah, this is
topics.
fun for you. No, I get it. That's why you were laughing so much. Like, this is fun for you. A woman died, but it's fun for you. I get it.
But we're not viewing it from the stance of the ICE officers either.
No, I'm viewing it from his stance. He had his man feelings hurt. We see it right after he murdered someone. Instead of him being shook, he said, "Fucking bitch," and then he leaves the scene. Yeah, I view it from his stance.
Leaves. Mm.
Are you getting those dates for Hector, or are you just hanging out?
Man, no, I'm doing it. I'm looking. I'm looking. So, are we talking about the June 2020 radio interview?
Why are you asking me what we're talking about? You made a
Oh,
claim.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
It doesn't matter if we're on the same page or not. You made a claim. Substantiate your claim.
Okay, so June of 2020, she was on the radio podcast, and she voiced her support for defund the police.
He's using AI. He's using AI.
Literally.
No. I'm not. I'm actually using CNN.
What's the quote?
Oh. All right, CNN, because we're a trusted news source. Vice President Kamala Harris voiced support for defund the police in a radio interview on June 2020 amidst the nationwide protests for police reform. Just months before denouncing the movement after she had just joined the Biden presidential campaign. Denouncing the movement just months before denouncing the movement after she joined the Biden presidential campaign. Did you see that?
What was the denouncement?
The denounce was she recanted and was like, I kind of like police.
What is the quote?
No, it's not.
So the whole movement is about rightly saying we need to take a look at these budgets to figure out whether it reflects the right priorities. Harris said on the New York-based radio program Ebro in the Morning on June 9th, 2020, adding that the U.S. cities were militarizing police but defunding public schools. So saying, take money from the people that are protecting laws, even though she was an attorney general.
I love how you just quite literally read her quote and then still came up with that backwards fucking conclusion.
So saying that we should be allocating money, we should take that money away from police, which means less police officers.
I want to remind you that this
less
guy
training
went off and said, I'm from California. I'm ready. I would love to debate this. I just want to remind everyone that he opened up with that. And I laughed. This is why.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Okay, I got you. So tell me Kamala Harris's relation to Oakland, California. Can you tell me that?
I'm sorry, are you pivoting? Are you conceding?
No,
that
I'm
you're
not pivoting. I'm still talking about police, and I'm still talking about defunding the police, the reform, the lawlessness in California. Go ahead. So talk to me about Oakland.
Can you show me a quote where she said, I want to defund Oakland police and take away all of their weapons and take away their handcuffs and have them sing Kumbaya and shake like
no, but she wants to take resources away from police officers.
Okay, so again, you read in the quote there, the actual quote that was referenced in the source that you pulled up in part, you read where she criticized the militarization of said police, which is exactly the entirety of what defund the police is behind, and that's what they're for defunding, which is the militarization of said police and not the police entirely. More focused on
what
militarization
of
and
police
resources
is
versus just giving them weapons just to go and shoot people in the neighborhoods.
Okay, so but what if those funds were allocated for training on how to de-escalate things?
Did she? Oh, wow. What if? Great, wonderful. Now we're starting to get somewhere. So if you would then say, we need more funding towards proper training and de-escalation tactics versus military-grade weapons to use in the streets, congratulations, you're pro-defund the police.
No, she said that she wanted to take that money and put it to underprivileged schools. That's what quote ends quote.
Did she say she wants to take money from proper training?
This
And
this whole
de-escalation
movement
tactics.
is rightly saying that we need to look at these
Wait,
budgets and
now we're
figure
putting
out
broad
whether if it
statements on the whole
reflects the
movement.
right
Oh, interesting.
priorities.
Now we're putting broad statements on the whole movement. I need you to go ahead and show me a statement from the Defund the Police movement saying that. Otherwise, this is just conjecture, which is all you have, by the way. I'm just entertaining this because it's funny.
It's funny. Great, Hector. Hey, I'm glad you're up at what, maybe 5 a.m. doing this.
You want to ramble on or substantiate your point?
Oh, you again. She was
when he's nervous,
an
Hector.
attorney. She was an attorney general.
Did it quite a bit with you.
She was a district attorney.
Why are we talking?
And-
I don't know what any of
Her
this has to
resume
do
now?
with
What's happening?
Yeah, but she couldn't even take care of her constituents. What makes you think that she could take care of the United States?
My back hurts from that pivot. Do you want to substantiate your point? Because you just tried to make an argument that she wanted to defund the police and take money from proper training and put it into schools. Can you substantiate that? You know, fuck.
It's
I'm
okay
going
to
spoil
say no.
it for you.
You can
You
say
can't. The reason why you can't is because you don't know Kamala Harris, you don't understand Kamala Harris, you don't understand her positions. What you understand is right-wing talking points and all the stupid
right-wing.
podcasts that you probably listen to.
Oh,
You can't even make an argument against defund the police because you fundamentally do not understand what it's for and what its actual mission was. So you should probably stop talking about it and her until you get a better understanding of it. Better yet, you would be much better served reading a book than trying to debate people on TikTok about shit you only just read about for 2 seconds.
For 2 seconds. Got it. Have fun teacupping.
So, please look at the video I sent you. Artan, if you sent it on TikTok, it's going to be damn near impossible for me to look at it right now. But if you could send it on Discord, that would be super helpful. So I don't want to let you play the Kamala Harris card to get out of what happened before. You admitted that the second and third shots were the red zone. So you admit that this is murder. I just need to hear it come out of your mouth, or I need to hear you twist and turn and pretzel yourself. Go ahead, Jake.
I believe that in the situation he was in, he shot in self-defense.
But you recognize that the second and third shots happened when he was totally clear. The car was totally clear. Why did he do those second and third shots?
So when have you been in a position to stop a threat and you shot just one shot?
How would I already asked you this and you didn't answer. How would shooting and killing her even stop the threat? If the threat is that she's going to run him over, right? If in his brain, his tiny, small-dicked brain, right? He thought that she was going to run him over. How would killing her prevent that vehicle from running over him?
I wasn't in his shoes.
You can't answer the question because a reasonable person wouldn't have done that. That's the whole point of the reasonableness clause, the objective reasonableness.
So
that's why you keep saying I'm not in his shoes. His shoes are unreasonable. That's the whole thing. That's all of the case law. All of what we're looking at. The Tennessee versus Garner, right? Talks about objective reasonableness.
Objective.
Yeah. So when you and I can't come up with a possible reason for him to shoot the second and third shot, it kind of sounds like objectively he shouldn't have shot the second and third shot, right?
So tell me where there's any case law where a person shouldn't have shot the second or third shot.
I'm sorry. What does that have to do with what I just said?
The fact is
you agreed that the second and third shot were the red zone. You agreed that they would not have saved his life, right? And so when I asked you, how would even the first shot, how would killing her have prevented the car from running him over? Because if in his mind, let's say in his mind, he thought he was going to get run over, how would killing her have saved his life? You can't come up with a reason. I can't come up with a reason. That's because there's no reasonable reason that would be the case. And
so if a person was threatened, right? Does that not give them the permission to try and save their life as well?
If a person is threatened, that does not immediately give you the position to shoot to kill. No, that does not.
So if a person believes that it could cause seriously bodily harm, do you believe that you can't run away from a situation?
I do believe he didn't run away from the situation. That was his fault. He easily could have just moved the rest of his body with his legs, right? His legs were already clear, but he chose to lean forward and murder a woman, right? So I notice how you keep not answering the question. How would killing her prevent him from being run over? How? Just tell me. Yeah. You know the answer. It wouldn't. It was unreasonable. And that's
okay,
what makes
so
it
what, he's just supposed to sit there and get ran over?
Supposed to try to get out of the way, Smoothie. Supposed to try to get out of the way.
Oh, he's supposed to try and get out of the way.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is the case in literally every manual. It's the first. This is U.S. Code 1, Section 16, right? For use of deadly force. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless.
Hold up. What you said before? Why didn't he shoot the wheel?
Oh, I don't even think he was in the right to shoot the wheel. Just so we're clear. But
okay.
But that's why this is like so open and shut, right? Because like we could debate the first shot, but the second and third shot, it's so clear. We could debate whether he should have tried to stop the vehicle, but shooting her in the face, it's like so much worse than shooting at the tire. But the fact of the matter is, he didn't even have the right to shoot at the tire. He could have just moved out of the way.
So in that position, how could you have even shot at the tire?
He didn't need to shoot at the tire. He never needed to pull his weapon out of his holster. He should have never been in that situation to begin with.
Neither should she.
Did she kill
I don't
anyone?
know what that has to do with the fact that she's dead and he's not.
But the fact is she put herself in that position.
Victim blaming. There. Okay, yes. I got it. We got it, Jake.
I get what this is. You're just going in circles, and that's why every time you try to make a pathetic point, you just ask a question in rebuttal to everything Dan says, because you don't actually know what you're doing here. This is really embarrassing, Dan. Get some rest at some point. You enjoy the rest of your night. Dan.
Hey Hector, what's the 5 universal safety laws of holding a gun?
Pathetic.
Yeah. Hey, can you tell me what the 5 universal
Number
laws
1, don't
of
shoot
holding
them
a
in
gun
the
is?
face. Number 2, no ICE policy allows them to do it. Number 3, Kristen Noem and the Trump administration is lying their asses off. Number 4, bitch-made white men like you are excusing it. Number 5, no one gives a fuck.
There you go, big boy.
Yeah, make sure you're following Hector if you're not already. Jake, Hector is right. This was really embarrassing for you. Like over and over and over. Whenever you get cornered,
I could care less what you believe.
Yeah, well, I'm just pointing out reality. And whenever your reality comes up in front of you and you feel the cognitive dissonance, you start laughing nervously, and then you try to pivot to Kamala Harris of all people. So like it's really rough. And all I can say is I just hope you just do better, man. Have the life you deserve. Emily, thank you for the $5. He must have been in psychic school because he keeps talking about what the victim, the ICE agent, and Kamala Harris feel, think, or intend. No proof or facts or anything at all. It's so annoying. We don't care about this guest's feelings. We care about the facts and the law. Pin Hector. Yeah. Now that there's no guest, I can pin him. Boom. Make sure to follow Hector, everybody. Okay. We're going to do a quick refresh for everybody. All right. If there's any bootlickers in chat, okay? All I want from you is just an admission. Jake couldn't do it. All right. He didn't have the balls to do it. I just want an admission that you want an America where you comply or die. I would respect you so much more if you were just open about it. Because every single video we watch and every single piece of law and case law does not justify this shooting. So if you can say, I want the laws to work in a way where the shooting is justified. And while I would disagree with you, at the very least, we'd be living in the same reality. But for this reality, I'm going to walk you all through this. So this is justice.gov, US Code 1, Section 16. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at moving vehicles unless 1. A person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. This one doesn't apply because she didn't have a gun or any other weapon. So the important one is number 2. The vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury to the officer or others, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. Now, this was held in Tennessee v. Garner in 1985. Tennessee statute is unconstitutional insofar as it authorizes the use of deadly force against, as in this case, an apparently unarmed, non-dangerous fleeing suspect. Such force may not be used unless necessary to prevent the escape, and the officer has probable cause to believe that the suspect poses a serious threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. Apprehension by use of deadly force is a seizure subject to the Fourth Amendment's reasonableness requirement. To determine whether such a seizure is reasonable, the extent of the intrusion on the suspect's rights under that amendment must be balanced against the governmental interest in effective law enforcement. This balancing process demonstrates that, notwithstanding probable cause to seize a suspect, an officer may not always do so by killing him. The use of deadly force to prevent the escape of all felony suspects, whatever the circumstances, is constitutionally unreasonable. And this is in the case of felony suspects, not just women that were mean to me. Scott versus Smith. A simple statement by an officer that he fears for his safety or the safety of others is not enough. There must be objective factors to justify such a concern. Orne versus City of Tacoma. In similar circumstances, we held that a reasonable jury could find that an officer standing near a slow-moving vehicle would not have perceived himself to be in danger of serious bodily harm because he could have avoided any risk of injury by simply stepping to the side. Now we go to the case that they're referencing. On the basis of the evidence presented at trial, the jury could have reasonably concluded that a reasonable officer who had positioned himself facing the driver so that he was standing closer to the side than dead center of the car would have recognized that he could avoid being injured when the car moved slowly by simply stepping to the side. Now we have Villanueva versus Cleveland. We have consistently found use of deadly force to stop a slow-moving vehicle unreasonable when the officers could have easily stepped out of the vehicle's path to avoid danger. And finally, just to top it off, in the year 2025, with this Supreme Court, a 9-0 decision, Barnes versus Texas, held that deadly force violates the Fourth Amendment unless an officer has probable cause to believe a suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer and others. Tennessee v. Gardner is the reference there. Under that standard, the totality of circumstances must justify the use of deadly force. The moment of threat doctrine rejects those basic principles in a minority of federal circuits, including the Fifth Circuit, which encompasses all the diverse communities across Texas. The doctrine requires courts to ignore the totality of circumstances and fixate instead on the split second when an officer used deadly force. That doctrine is wrong for all the reasons Judge Higginbotham recognized in his concurrence below. It starves the reasonableness analysis by ignoring relevant facts to the expense of life, and in so doing contradicts this court's mandate in Garner, Barnes v. Felix. So that whole, you weren't in his shoes, it was split second, right here, this Supreme Court in the year of 2025 said that's not enough. That doctrine is wrong. Just because you're a jumpy, finicky little baby doesn't mean you get to murder somebody. All right. Now, any of the bootlickers want to just come up and say what they want to say, what they really want to say with their chest, which is that I want a more authoritarian America, then I would respect you more, genuinely, rather than you coming up and try to either show how little you know about the law or just try to gaslight us about what we saw. I can't imagine being scared of 1 mile per hour cars. Remember the first guest that said, like, that car was parked strangely for 25 seconds? Who knows if they have a gun? Like, that was a real person that lives among us. Chad, if you put your hazards on, that guy thinks you might have a gun. That was him? Was that the same guy? That wasn't the same guy. How about raising your kids to do better? If it don't concern you, stay the fuck out of it. Eric, just say it with your chest, big bro. Comply or die is cool with you because you want a situation where masked men don't need to identify themselves and who do not have jurisdiction over what you're doing can come up and demand you get out of your car. You prefer that society. Just say it with your chest, bro. Okay? Because that's what all the victim blaming means. Like, we get it. We get the translation. Don't tread on me translates to, please lower my boss's taxes. We get it. No, I raise my kids better than that. They're not fucking stupid. The way you raised your kids is irrelevant to what I'm saying. You are saying that your kids should not have the right to be mean to ICE. Right? Isn't that what you're saying? These MAGA chuds are scared of the Renee movement. If Trump said it was unjustified, MAGA would then say the officer was in the wrong. Obviously, yeah. Like, Eric, I don't know why you guys just don't. I know you don't like the terms, right? Fascist is a scary term. Bootlicker is a scary term to you guys. You don't want to own it, but that's what your ideology leads to, right? That's what you're saying. You're saying, well, I raised my kids right. They would never talk back to an officer. Yes, sir, no, sir. Whatever they want to do, they can do to my kid. Fucking weird, bro. If your only options are obey the masked men or die, then you don't live in a free country. Period. The reality is, a lot of MAGA do not want to live in a free country. They want to be subjugated. They heard the speech that Loki was giving in Avengers and were like, this guy's cooking. Oh, are they trolling? WLM movement. It was murder, and the cognitive dissonance is horrifying. Yeah. I'm embarrassed for how MAGA people will be represented in future history books about this time. The one thing I can take solace in is that the internet is forever. And so all the people that are so loud and proud about defending pedophiles and war criminals and now murderers, it's forever. It's just like carving the swastikas in their foreheads at the end of Inglourious Bastards. It's forever. Bro, make a podcast. I would listen to it. We have had... All right, so the podcast name is Concept of a Dan, okay? And we have had it in the works for... over a year now. Let's go scalp collecting. I do want to point something out real quick. I don't know how many of you are on the cesspool that is Facebook, but this has been going around, and I want to show everybody. This is something, I don't know if there's a word for this, okay? Something that the right / conspiracy theorists / Russian bots / whoever is sowing division online and spreading misinformation, a tactic that they use that is super fucking effective is taking something that is a kernel of truth. It starts with a kernel of truth, but then it's surrounded by a lie. So if someone looks it up for 1 second, it looks like it's true. But if they look it up for 5 seconds, they realize it's wrong. So I'm going to give you the first example that I noticed this, and then I'm going to give you what's happening right now. So a few years ago, I had a friend. Let's call him Robert. Okay? And Robert lost his mind because he started going down this conspiracy theory rabbit hole. So basically, he was under the impression that Barack Obama was the Antichrist, and he had what he thought was evidence of that. But that's not even what the point of the story is. The point of the story is he thought that The Simpsons had predicted that Donald Trump was going to be president. Now, what you might be thinking is technically they did. Okay, there was an episode in the early 2000s where it's like the future, and Lisa is an adult, and she's president, and she says, "We inherited a big budget deficit from President Trump." It was a joke, right? But I mean, it kind of came true. Biden did inherit a budget deficit. Budget deficit from President Trump. So they did kind of predict it, but he thought that they animated it with him coming down the escalator. The reason he thought that was because the meme that was going around Facebook took a Simpsons episode from 2015 that took place after he announced his presidency. Because when he announced to run, he came down the golden escalator or whatever, and they animated that, and it was like a parody of it. So what they did was, in the meme, they put a picture of the 2015 scene, but they cited the episode in 2002, let's say. So when you go to Google, you're like, did Simpsons predict President Trump? Google will say yes from this episode. So so it looks like it's real, right? Let me see if I could find the original picture that I'm referring to here. Okay, so the meme was this picture, but the caption was, "The Simpsons predicted this in 2002," or whatever the year was where Lisa said that we inherited a budget deficit from President Trump. This one right here. So this was from the year 2000. Original air date 2000. So they took this picture from 2015 and they wrote, "The Simpsons predicted in the year 2000 Donald Trump coming down the escalator." So he's thinking that this is some big, elaborate conspiracy. Everything's planned, and Obama's gonna come back for a third term or whatever. There's a whole thing. Michelle Obama was a man in this conspiracy theory, and I was like, how does that contribute to this? And it was like, well, how does it have to do anything? He's like, don't. It all connects. Like he was literally like Charlie Kelly with the red lines. Eventually, after so many explanations, he finally understood what took place, which is that the episode aired in 2000, but this picture was not from the year 2000. Now, how that's related to this. I don't know if this is happening on Twitter. I'm sure it is. But on Facebook, I've been seeing this go around. Multiple different screenshots, but it all says the same thing. The bill was signed into law by Governor Tim Walz, a member of the DFL party, on July 23rd, 2020, following a special legislative session. Minnesota statutes, section 609-066. If a driver accelerates towards an officer standing in front of the vehicle, this creates an immediate life-threatening danger. The officer doesn't need to wait until impact. They can act based on apparent intent and proximity. Now, if you look up the statute, right? if you look up the statute, you see that it is actually about authorized use of deadly force by police officers. So if you really quickly Google it, it looks like it's real. But then you read this and it doesn't say any of this shit. All of this is all made up. The part about if a driver accelerates, it doesn't even talk about drivers. There's nothing in this that talks about drivers or using a vehicle as a weapon. In fact, the only time the word vehicle is even in here is the intentional discharge of a firearm other than a firearm loaded with less lethal munitions and used by a peace officer within the scope of official duties in the direction of another person or at a vehicle in which another person is believed to be in constitutes deadly force. It's literally just in the definition of deadly force. None of this says anything about a cop, no matter what the danger is, no matter how slow the car is, no matter what, they can shoot and kill. All that is bullshit. But the statute exists. The date is likely correct. And the statute does have to do with deadly force. So if they take 2 seconds and Google it, they think they're right. But if they take 5 seconds and use some of the gray matter in between their ears, they see that this is bullshit. So I don't know what this strategy is called, where you take something that it starts with a grain of truth. So it's not full fake news, but then it's all a lie around it. It's like we need to patch this or something. It is not fair. Anyway. And yeah, so this is all over Facebook. And anytime I've been in the trenches debunking it, and I just say, hey, so do you at least recognize that it's a lie? And if you do, if the officer is so clearly in the right, why would they have to lie? Why would they spread this lie here? The strategy is OP. No, it really is. No, we need to use this for our advantage. Ooh, wait. Okay. Yeah. All right. Trump executive order. Detain does he have another one? Okay, the aliens. Okay. So we say on January 20th, President Donald Trump did an executive order of protecting the American people against invasion. And in this executive order, it allows ICE to deport U.S. citizens. And right, so like we could just say that shit and they Google it, and it's about Immigration and Nationality Act, like U.S. citizens if they're from other countries or something. I don't know, like that. Like someone said we should use this against them. It's been used to tap into confirmation bias. Yeah, I don't know. That's just an example. I was spitballing with that one. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna go to the next guest. Bro, I'm still laughing at Trump is also the second fattest. Taft is the only one that beats him, I'm pretty sure. Herbert Hoover was definitely fatter than Trump, like, when they were the same age. But now, when Trump is president, I think Trump beats Herbert Hoover. So I think it goes Taft, Trump, Hoover. Hi, welcome up.
What's up, man?
What's going on?
Not much. I'm a friendly. I went to college, so if you're just looking for growth.
Oh God, that's good. I like that.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have anyone in the box, so if you want to speak your mind for a minute or so.
No, that's fair. I just wanted to show one thing, if you're okay with that, because it pertains to this situation. Just a second. And if you can't hear it, please tell me.
The prevailing narrative on the left is that he was murdered. This is not the case. I have reviewed the footage. He, in many ways, murdered himself. The way Mufasa is climbing, it's very aggressive. He's using his claws and scratching quite offensively at the wall. Scar watches this aggressive lion climbing up toward him, shouting at him, screaming aggressively. Still, Scar tries to save him. He puts his hands down, looks into Mufasa's face, and says, "Long live the king." He tries to pull him up. Mufasa falls falls backwards, dies. His own fault. I don't know how anybody could come to any other conclusion having watched that footage. Scar was just doing his job. A reasonable consequence for somebody moving towards you is their death. Mufasa was an extreme.
That's all.
Appreciate that one.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
You too. Bye. All right. Last night's live super mentally drained me. So maybe we should take advantage of the fact that we have less MAGA tonight. Mufasa should have lowered his tone or was right about everything. Oh my god. The freaking Trump was right about everything stuff. It's just like, damn. They really do live in a different reality. Did I show you guys? Oh, I got something for y'all. Hold on. Hold on. Sit tight. Copy image. Okay, so Republicans have warmed to Donald Trump's new hawkishness. Question: do you support or oppose the U.S. using military force to overthrow Venezuelan President Maduro? Percentage of MAGA Republicans responding. This is from this is a YouGov Economist poll. Okay, December 20th, 2025. That is less than a month ago. We have 25% strongly support it, and then we have about 24% oppose it. And then Trump does it, and all of a sudden, 50% strongly support it, 76% completely support it, like somewhat or strongly. How are they not embarrassed, right? Like, just devote so much of their personality, so much of their life to one really fucking weird man. Is he gaining ground on approval rating? I hope not. I think his approval rating among Republicans is like the same as it was on election day, but I'm pretty sure among independents it's absolutely tanked. Trump approval rating. Let's take a look. Net approval. Okay, so the solid red line is current Trump term. Okay, so he started at a net +1 approval rating, and he is now sitting at a net -17 approval rating. Now, if we compare it to his first term, he may rebound based off of I don't even know, but yeah, no, right now he's not doing great. But what was really interesting was among independents. From when he started. Okay, Gallup. Trump's approval rating drops to 36%. New second term low. Show me among independents specifically. Partisan. Oh, okay, here we go. So, Republican approval rating, it opened in January when he took office at 91, and it's still at 84. So not bad. Independents, 46, and right now it's sitting at 25. independents are the largest portion of the voting population. I'm pretty sure it's Democrats and Republicans sit between 20 and 25% each, and independents are around 45% of the voting population. So this is millions of votes, potential votes right here. Now, Democrats, to be fair, we're at a 6% approval rating, and it's dropped to 3. Independent voters decide elections. That is true. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I think we're going to Oh, okay. There's something else I want to talk about.
Policy, Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller. You know, Stephen, if I've been running a scroll of the names of people that have been shot and killed, you can predict with pinpoint accuracy how many people on any given weekend are going to be shot and killed in Chicago. They haven't lifted a finger to solve the problem. You know, they've fallen into this defund, dismantle, reimagine, Nobel insanity. And now Donald Trump wants to help, and they're mad at him?
Look, we discussed this last time I was on your show. The Democrat Party.
Sorry, 1 second. I apologize.
Does not fight for, care about, or represent American citizens. It is an entity devoted exclusively to the defense of hardened criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists. The Democrat Party is not a political party. It is a domestic extremist organization.
The Democrat Party is not a political party. It is a domestic extremist organization. Okay. So, we saw right after this woman was murdered, no investigation has been done, and Noam already was pushing the idea that she was a domestic terrorist. Now, I want to remind everyone of executive order designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, and I believe this talks about other. They're not a different one. One about networks. Remember the one I'm talking about, or is it the Antifa one? This one. There we go. Okay, yeah, after Charlie Kirk. Okay. So, countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. By the authority vested in me as president, blah, blah, blah. Heinous assassinations and other acts of political violence in the United States have dramatically increased in the recent years, even in the aftermath of the horrifying assassination of Charlie Kirk. Some individuals who adhered to the shooter's ideology embraced and cheered this evil murder while actively encouraging more political violence. This was preceded by the 2024 assassination of a senior healthcare executive and the 2022 assassination attempt against Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. 2 separate assassination attempts against my own life in less than 3 months took place during the 2024 election cycle. Riots in Los Angeles and Portland reflect a more than 1,000% increase in attacks on U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers since January 21st, 2025, compared to the same period last year. Just yesterday, a shooting targeting an ICE facility in Dallas resulted in multiple casualties. Separate anti-police and criminal justice riots have left many people dead and injured and inflicted over $2 billion in property damage nationwide. This political violence is not a series of isolated incidents and does not emerge organically. Instead, it is the culmination of sophisticated, organized campaigns of targeted intimidation, radicalization, threats, and violence designated to silence opposing speech, limit political activity, change or direct policy outcomes, and prevent the functioning of a democratic society. It's all pure projection, by the way. If like this was, I mean, is he talking about January 6th here, or a new law enforcement strategy that investigates all participants in these criminal and terroristic conspiracies, including organized structures, networks, entities, organizations, funding sources, and predicate actions behind them is required. Now, this is something important to note. Kristi Noem and Trump, since the death of, since the murder of Renee Good, have stated that she is a part of organized disruption of ICE and other law enforcement agencies. And whenever they were pressed on this by press, like who is organized, who is paying them, they don't have an answer, right? These campaigns often begin by isolating and dehumanizing specific targets to justify murder or other violent action against them. Kind of exactly what's happening to Renee Good right now, but we will proceed. They do so through a variety of fora, including anonymous chat forums, in-person meetings, social media, and even educational institutions. These campaigns then escalate to organized doxing, where the private or identifying information of their targets, such as home addresses, phone numbers, or other personal information, is exposed to the public with the explicit intent of encouraging others to harass, intimidate, and violently assault them. As in the case of several ICE agents in Los Angeles being doxed, the goal of these campaigns is to obstruct, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Here's where it matters, all right? The National Joint Terrorism Task Force and its local offices, collectively JTTFS, shall coordinate and supervise a comprehensive national strategy to investigate, prosecute, and disrupt entities and individuals engaged in acts of political violence and intimidation designed to suppress lawful political activity or obstruct the rule of law. This strategy shall include investigatory and prosecutorial measures set forth in the section. JTTFS shall investigate potential federal crimes relating to acts of recruiting or radicalizing persons for the purpose of political violence, terrorism, or conspiracy against rights, the violent deprivation of any citizen's rights. That's really vague. And they shall also investigate institutional and individual funders. Individual funders. We'll get to why that's relevant. And officers and employees of organizations that are responsible for, sponsor, or otherwise aid and abet the principal actors engaging in criminal conduct described in subsection A and B in this section. Did we? Yeah, okay. So, political violence and intimidation. Intimidation, very loose word. Okay? Recruiting or radicalization, also very loose. I will get to why it's relevant. So, non-governmental organizations and American citizens residing abroad or with close ties to foreign governments, agents, citizens, foundations, or influence networks engaged in violence of the Foreign Agents Registration Act or money laundering by funding, creating, or supporting entities that engage in activities that support or encourage domestic terrorism. The JTTFS shall consult and coordinate with executive departments and agencies as needed to determine whether such agencies can apply existing authorities or exercise their own authorities as appropriate to support the JTTFS's investigations and relevant prosecutions of political violence. The JTTFS may, to the extent permitted by law, request operational assistance from and coordinate with law enforcement partners when investigating domestic terrorism. The National Joint Terrorism Task Force shall provide regular progress updates to the President through the Assistant to the President and Homeland Security Advisor. Okay? The National Joint Terrorism Task Force reporting to the Homeland Security Advisor. The National Joint Terrorism Task Force has been given the power to investigate, prosecute, and disrupt any entities or individuals that would be engaged in intimidation, violent deprivation of any citizen's rights. I don't even know what that term means legally, but even acts of recruiting or radicalizing persons. Okay? So they're reporting the Homeland Security Advisor. Homeland Security Advisor.
Hold on, wait, I'm peeing, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good, I'm peeing. Change your back. There. I'm peeing. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm peeing. Okay. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. Yep. I'm so sorry, I'm wetting myself. You're good.
Okay, I was gonna post this whole this whole connection that I'm making here on TikTok, and Ice Cold ruined it. Thanks. Thank you for the manifesting. Okay, now the National Security Advisor is Stephen Miller. Now let's go back to what Stephen Miller just said.
They've shown political devoted exclusively to the defense of hardened criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists. The Democrat Party is not a political party. It is a domestic extremist organization.
The Democrat Party is not a political party, it is a domestic extremist organization. This is the guy in charge of the National Joint Terrorism Task Force that, by power of executive order, have been given the ability to investigate, prosecute, and disrupt any entities and individuals in regards to recruiting or radicalizing, regards to funding. Remember, individual funding. Funders, sorry. Individual funders. So if the Democrat Party is a national extremist organization and you can be prosecuted by this guy for funding extremism. Do you guys get where I'm going with this? Like, it was already a slippery slope with designating Antifa as a terrorist organization, because that means that speaking out against fascism makes you a terrorist. But this is like one stone toss away from, well, the Democratic Party is a terrorist organization. Anyone that donates to the Democratic Party is funding terrorism. Now, you might be thinking, Dan, you're fear-mongering, right? That's too far. I want to remind you, during the shutdown, every government website said the radical left Democrats are preventing you from getting your benefits. Okay. Just yesterday, Trump, executive order, seven? Yeah. Just yesterday. Or I guess 2 days ago now. 57 times, sick, unhinged Democrats declared war on law enforcement. I guess it's an executive order. It's a memorandum. Remember, leading up to the election, he called the left the enemy within, said we were more dangerous than Russia and China. He also talked about denaturalization for people who are not loyal to our country. So if Trump loses some of his power in the 2026 midterms, just a heads up on where and how he can get some of that power back. I'm going to quickly read a statement from former President Barack Obama after the shooting of Alton Sterling and Philando Castile. Just a small excerpt. As is my practice, given my institutional role, I can't comment on the specific facts of these cases, and I have full confidence in the Justice Department's ability to conduct a thorough and fair inquiry. This is what Donald Trump said on the day Renee Good died. I have just viewed the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer, who seems to have shot her in self-defense. Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. That was a lie. He was not recovering in the hospital when this was posted. The situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left threatening, assaulting, and targeting law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. Reminder: Republicans claim that Barack Obama was the most divisive president in history. And when you ask why, they'll say something like, well, he wanted to start a race war, or he wanted to pit, blacks versus whites, or whatever bullshit they pull out of their Trump mouths, as it were. When you have Donald Trump literally blaming all violence on the left, even when the violence is perpetrated on the right, because of their own racism, that's the truth. Barack Obama was a divisive president. The beginning of our extreme political polarization was during the Obama years. But that wasn't because of anything Obama did. It was because he was black. Period. Democrats and Republicans disagreed during Clinton, during Bush. But it wasn't until Obama where now we hate each other. And it's gotten worse and worse and worse, especially with Trump. His rhetoric is dangerous. His supporters are repeating all of his lies. Oh, 100%. His rhetoric is not only dangerous. I wouldn't be surprised if it has led to certain deaths. During Reagan, it got bad, but nothing like this. They couldn't stand it that we had a black president, period. Yeah. Genuinely. Like, it broke their brains. He had the audacity to be the most powerful man in the world and black at the same time. All right. I'm going to clean up some of these tabs. Oh, you guys can't see the tabs. There are no less than 40 tabs right now. Oh, I didn't do this because I forgot, but what do you guys think about something like this, right? So it'll go like, argument. Shooting was self-defense. Then obviously I'll get the hang of this better, but could officer were second and third shots. Oh, you guys can't even see. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Were second and third shots self-defense. Goes no. Case closed, right? That's done. Yes. Oh, okay. How does killing good protect agent? Right? And so something that we were hearing a lot was agents are trained to neutralize suspect. Whatever. Subject. Actually, we should move this. I don't know how to. I don't. This is my first time ever using what I'm using right now. I apologize. Okay, so actually on the top it would be something like. At the top it would be. It doesn't. And so in that case, we're at an X again, right? That's where we concede. Like so there's a concession here. But if they want to keep playing this game, okay. So how does killing good protect agent? Right? They say, feared for life, and officer to neutralize. But shoot to kill. I don't know. So what did that fucking bootlicker say before? Neutralize threat. Okay, so then would go ooh, will it let me copy and paste? So if I were to do something like this, right? I lost a tab. Hold on. Oh, it does let me copy and paste. Oh, but it's so big. How do I? Okay, well, US code, right? It would be US code 1 point whatever, right? He brought up the Weaver stand. Right, and then it'd be like something about Kamala Harris, right? And then we drop like a pivot on that. I don't know, we'd have like some kind of chart for that. Penguin? Pivot penguin? Yeah. Boom, pivot penguin. Sorry. You gotta go back. Can't go that way. Then they have to come up with something else. They can't. That's where the conversation ends unless they concede. Right? Now, obviously, this is a learning curve for me. But what do you think about something like this? Or do you think it's a little bit too convoluted? Who cares? Just fucking talk like a human. Put your autism away for a bit, Dan. Or another one is I don't care. Oh, well. Howdy ho. Good morning, Mac. It's a framework. I think if you put this in order into ChatGPT, it would build it perfectly for you. Okay, so this is actually there's somebody, I don't know if they're still in chat. There's somebody who was developing an AI that does this automatically. Like you'd plug in like a debate. Like let's say you take a Parker versus what's that one dude that was really stupid? He was MAGA. I'm narrowing it down really well. Parker versus whoever, right? And you plug it in, it'll just go through the arguments kind of like this. Was the first shot in self-defense? I mean, I don't think so. But the reality is I don't even know why there's any argument if the second and third shots weren't in self-defense, right? So like the thing in this regard, right? Because this to me seems like it's super open and shut because they have to clear so many hurdles. It's, do ICE have the ability to detain US citizens? Well, actually, first it's, was she being detained? Okay, let's say, even though they didn't say she was, let's say yes. Okay, do ICE have the ability to detain US citizens? The answer is yes, in these three circumstances. It doesn't fit in these three circumstances. No, she wasn't. Oh, I know, believe me. But I'm saying like, it's so difficult for them to get through all of this. It's, was she being detained? Can they detain US citizens? Okay, is this one of the circumstances where they can detain a US citizen? No. Okay, so they were already in the wrong by trying to open her door. Let's keep going. And then it goes, is it, what was the second and third shot self-defense? No. Right, so we don't even have to talk about the first shot. But okay, so you've already lost twice now. You lost on the fact that they shouldn't have been trying to open her door. You lost on the second and third shot. Let's go to the first shot. Okay, was the first shot self-defense? Well, was he able to get out of the way of the car? And if he was, why didn't he do that? Like, there's so many things. Then it goes to, okay, well, maybe he thought he was in danger, right? But his intention was not malicious. Okay, well then why did he call her a fucking bitch? Why did he leave the scene? We'll keep them on track. Why didn't she just not block the road and put herself in that situation? TMF freaky, just say it with your chest. I want a comply or die society. I want to lick boots. That's what you're saying. I want you to know that. I know you don't think that. You don't think you're saying that. But when you're saying that a car can't be stopped weirdly for a minute without masked, unnamed men trying to open your door, the idea that you think that's a country you want to live in, like we just are two different ideologies here. So like you can say that if you want to victim blame, that only works if you acknowledge that you want an authoritarian society. You can do that. One agent told her to get out, the other told her to move the vehicle. How can she do both? Yeah, I mean that's another really good point. Like I don't know. There's like 7 different arguments and they lose on all 7 of them. But the reality is if you want to judge like her for being mean to ICE, then just say CMF freaky. Okay, but listen, if she is not breaking the law because it's her First Amendment right to be mean to ICE, and they are actually not doing their duties because it is not within the jurisdiction of ICE to detain or arrest a U.S. citizen in this case, how are they both in the wrong? Unless you're saying that you want to restrict our First Amendment rights. And you can say that. You can have that opinion, but just know that that's what you're preaching. Like, I just want you guys to be honest with yourselves. Being a nuance still doesn't go anywhere near punishable by death. Or being a nuisance doesn't go anywhere near punishable by death, even if she was. Yeah. Also that. I want to remind everybody, blocking the roadway doesn't impede the first, does it? Okay, are you under the impression that if half of one lane in a 2-lane one-way road is being blocked by a vehicle that is waving other vehicles through, are you under the impression that that is obstructing an arrest? If you want, you just request up and we can talk about it. We can have a civil discussion about it. You can look at the videos and look at what the road looks like. I don't know about you, but there have been times. I used to live in New Jersey. Okay. Well, yeah, just press the button and we could talk like, with our voices. I don't know about you, but I used to live in New Jersey. And when there was snow on the road, sometimes it would be difficult to see who's coming. I used to live on a one-way road, so it would be difficult to see who's coming, and I'd have to pull out a little bit into the street to see. And I'd have to wait until the road was clear. But sometimes I'd be sticking out a little bit. I never got shot in the face for that. And I think that's probably a good metric for a society. Just trying to get more info on the whole thing from both sides. Oh, you've come to the right place. Okay. So, ICE can only detain a U.S. citizen in one of 3 circumstances. Circumstance 1 is that they have probable cause to believe that the person is not a U.S. citizen, which isn't the case here. Or rather, let me rephrase, not here legally, because they also wouldn't be able to detain someone for being on a green card. That doesn't that wouldn't fall under their jurisdiction unless they committed some other infraction, right? So, so number 1 is if the U.S. citizen, if they suspect that they're not here legally, that doesn't apply here. Number 2 is if they assault an officer, that doesn't apply here. Number 3 is if the person interferes with an arrest. Also does not apply here. They were not arresting anyone. Kristi Noem has already said that they were on that street because one of the agent's vehicles was stuck in the snow. So if none of those 3 exceptions apply, they do not have jurisdiction to arrest her, to detain her, pull her over, anything. It's just like, think about it as if they were IRS officers or U.S. Postal Service officers. Those agencies have officers who are federal law enforcement, but the laws that they enforce are not traffic laws, just like ICE. Now, let's say we accept that they were a little overzealous with asking her to get out of the vehicle. Okay. Now we move on to the shot itself. This is from U.S. Code 1, Section 1600, subsection 200. I think that's how you read it. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Better for y'all? Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless, 1, a person in the moving vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. Okay, so we're going to ignore 1 because that's referring to if they have a gun or a knife or something, and she didn't have that, right? Number 2, this is the important one. Or the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. And, this is important, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. Very clearly, based on all 3 camera angles, we actually have 4 camera angles now, he could have moved out of the path of the vehicle, given that his feet did do that. The only reason that his chest got brushed up on is because he leaned forward with his torso to get a better shot at this person. Now, this is the law, the federal law. We're going to go into some case law, all right? This is Scott versus Smith. A simple statement by an officer that he fears for his safety or the safety of others is not enough. There must be objective factors to justify such a concern. I think everyone, right and left, should agree with this. You shouldn't be able to just be law enforcement, shoot somebody and say, I would fear for my life, right? It has to be reasonable. I think that makes sense. Okay, keep going. Now, Orne versus the city of Tacoma. In similar circumstances, we held that a reasonable jury could find that an officer standing near a slow-moving vehicle would not have perceived himself to be in danger of serious bodily harm because he could have avoided any risk of injury by simply stepping to the side. This is reaffirmed in 3 separate cases. So this one was Orne versus city of Tacoma, and we have Villanueva versus Cleveland. We have consistently found use of deadly force to stop a slow-moving vehicle unreasonable when the officer could have simply stepped out of the vehicle's path to avoid danger. Acosta versus the city of San Francisco. On the basis of the evidence presented at trial, the jury could have reasonably concluded that a reasonable officer who had positioned himself facing the driver so that he was standing closer to the side than dead center of the car would have recognized that he could have avoided being injured when the car moved slowly by simply stepping to the side. All right. Now, in case anyone, like on the right, wants to say that these pieces of case law are outdated, this is a Supreme Court ruling from this year. This Supreme Court. The current Supreme Court. This is 2025, Barnes versus Texas. Okay. Deadly force violates the Fourth Amendment unless an officer has probable cause to believe a suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. Tennessee versus Gardner is what they're affirming here. This was back in 1985. Under that standard, the totality of circumstances must justify the use of deadly force. Right? I'm middle right, by the way, and I agree. Well, I appreciate that you're listening because right now all I'm doing is just reading the case law. And anyone with, it sounds like you're a reasonable person. Anyone that's not ideologically captured is probably going to come to the same conclusion. Now, the moment of threat doctrine rejects those basic principles. In a minority of federal circuits, including the Fifth Circuit, which encompasses all of the diverse communities across Texas, the doctrine requires the courts to ignore the totality of circumstances and fixate instead on the split second when the officer used deadly force. Now, we've had a lot of conservatives come up and say, well, put yourself in his shoes. He had a split second to decide, right? The Supreme Court doesn't even agree with that. That doctrine is wrong for all the reasons that Judge Higginbotham recognized in his concurrence below. It starves the reasonableness analysis by ignoring relevant facts to the expense of life, and in doing so contradicts this court's mandate in Garner. This was this year reaffirmed by this Supreme Court, 9-0. So, That's all the legal precedent and the relevant laws for use of deadly force. Now we can go through the videos as well. Done it over and over. Frankly, getting a little tired of watching it. But personally, I actually think, shockingly, the videos that the right are claiming exonerate the officer, to me, are actually the ones that are more damning. So, for example, this faraway video. This is the one that Trump saw and said, "I'm surprised that this officer's alive." Funny because I'm at work right now. Now, I will say, this is probably where I disagree with a lot of people on the left. I think this officer's chest did get brushed by the car. A lot of people, I know in my comments, have said he didn't get hit. I do think his chest was brushed by the car. I don't think he was hurt. But based on this video, I think his chest was brushed by the car. Now, the problem is, the reason his chest is brushed by the car is because he's standing like Michael Jackson in 1985. Performing Beat It or whatever. I can't remember what song he stands like this. His feet are so far past the car that all he had to do was just continue walking around the car like he was, and he would have survived. Obviously, he survived anyway, but he wouldn't have been hit. Instead, he chose to lean his chest forward. His torso is leaned forward so that he can get a better shot at this woman's face. It's like trying to commit insurance fraud. Literally, yeah, that's a great way to put it. Now, this doesn't even talk about the fact that, let's say he was going to get hit more conclusively, right? Like in this case, I think most humans with functioning prefrontal cortexes recognize that if he had just taken one more step, if he had just not leaned forward, he wouldn't have gotten hit at all, and nobody would have had to die. But let's say he was going to get hit in some fashion. How does killing her protect him? Pause, this guy at work is trying to talk to me. Mind you, he kept hold of his gun and phone the whole time. Yeah. So like it's not, he was not hurt in this situation. It's very clearly. And also, given that we watched his video and saw that he chose, rather than continuing to walk right, because what he's doing is he's walking to the right. The moment the car starts moving, instead of clearing the car like any reasonable person that wanted to protect their life would do, he stops to pull his gun out. Why would you stop moving? He switched hands with camera to draw gun. Yeah. And again, all of this ignores the fact that killing her wouldn't have protected him anyway if he was going to get run over. Miss Melissa, I don't know. I haven't seen anything like that. So possible that it's fake. I don't want to jump to conclusions. He did call her a fucking bitch after. Apparently his training didn't kick in when he saw the vehicle back up. Yeah, I guess not. Dan, can you ask MAGA if they think you can shoot somebody if you cross the street and almost get hit? That's a good question. I'll work that in the next one. I can't find where he called her a fucking bitch. You just have to listen closely. It's in this video. On the one on the right, the officer video. No, excuse me, agent. I don't know if they're not officers, right? Maybe they are. They're not cops, but they I think maybe are officers. Either way.
Fucking bitch.
You heard it? I'll play it again.
Fucking bitch.
Yeah. They're LEOs, not police. Yeah, but the O in LEO is officer. So, like, I just want to be clear. I'm I know they're not police. Believe me. Sounds real scared. Yeah, yeah. That doesn't sound like someone that's scared. That sounds like someone that's mad. Someone had his beefies hurt. Someone's feeling really emotional. All right. They're called agents, but I'd argue it's pretty interchangeable. Lots of overlap. Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't think it's like that big of a deal. But it's important not to call them police. Someone that emotional shouldn't be in a position of power. True. I can 100% confirm I work with 99% far-right people all day, and the shit they say is outrageous. Actually, they are agents with 2 S's. All right. I think we're going to call politics for tonight. I think we're going to play a little bit of Mario, okay? A little bit of Mario. And then I don't know what. But here's the situation. I don't want to go to sleep until Mac gets here. Mac's going to get here at like 3 p.m. She's going to work now. Contexto. 2. I did not realize you were watching. If you're driving, please don't type in chat. I want you to be a safe driver. Their shirts shouldn't say police. Why does it? That is a great point. Oh, wait. I forgot you're ahead of me. Okay. Okay. All right. We'll play a little bit of Contexto. And then I'll play some Mario. I don't know. Wait. Whoa. I have something we have to do. Okay? I have something we have to do. And this is going to be perfect, actually, because it'll let me catch up on some work. Has anyone watched Donald Trump speaking at the GOP retreat 3 days ago? Glad I stumbled into your live. I'm glad you're here, Kayla. Close tabs. Oh, shit. Yeah, I should probably do that. Okay. For those that don't know, all right, I know lately there's been a lot of new people, and I really appreciate that. And by the way, if you are new, make sure you're following. Thank you. We have sound effects. Let me take this down. Okay, so we have sound effects that go with the different like TikTok gifts. I'm gonna go through them really quickly. Okay, really quickly. Okay, we got level up Sparks.
Don't boo, vote.
Subscribe. I don't even know if we still have subscriptions or super fan or whatever.
Thanks, Obama.
Panther Paws.
China.
Magic Rhythm.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Hand Heart.
Obama.
Hat and Mustache.
Come on, man.
Galaxy.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Hey, Cloudy. Long time no see. How are you? Potato in Paris is actually
The wall just got 10 feet taller.
Naughty Chicken.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Gold Medal.
I am the chosen one.
Glad I stayed. I appreciate that, TMF. Enjoy the rest of your day at work. And maybe after a few more watching of my live, you'll go from center right to just center. Maybe. I'm not gonna pressure you. Where are we? Marvelous Confetti.
Wrong.
Rockstar.
You are fake news.
Paper Crane.
I have concepts of a plan.
Hanging Lights.
Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
Sunglasses.
No, get those lights off. Off.
Orgy.
They're eating the dogs.
Relaxed Goose.
They're taking the geese.
My Mother and I Bind Over Your Lives. Oh, that's awesome. Boxing gloves.
All right, yeah, get him the hell out of here, will you, please?
Little crown. Oh, melon juice doesn't have a sound. Hold on. Melon. Okay, melon juice officially is soda. I think that fits. Little crown.
You talk about extreme.
Blow bubbles.
I love the poorly educated.
Crystal dreams.
I hope they now go and take a look at the oranges of the.
Money gun.
I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
One of my personal favorites. Hearts.
I'm blowing out my damn throat.
Have y'all seen that clip? Have y'all?
I'm blowing out my damn throat.
Hold on, I'm gonna play that for everybody.
Hello? Hello? I don't think so. Hello? Is that better?
Is that better?
That's terrible. Is that better back there? Is that yes or no? What crap. The only thing I asked for is a mic. You don't have to give me, I don't even need a stage. I don't give a damn. Give me a good mic. And I went through 2 of these today. And it knocks the hell out of your throat. But so far I'm doing okay, right? Okay. Is that better? Yeah. And did you notice I came in today, I said, and you know, this is after 4 of these things. I've been, in all fairness, I mean, I'm a human being, right? I come in, and here's the problem. I said, oh man, it's too low. I said, it's too low. So, I had to go. Way too low. Way too low. So I walk in, I said, shit, there's nothing worse than I walk in like this, and did you notice? I was bending over like this, hello. And then everybody says, is there something wrong with his back? What the hell is wrong with that guy? They're saying, he's cognitively impaired and physically impaired. There's something wrong with them all because I have guys that are stupid back there. All right, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, right?
You know what's wild? That's not even the right clip. He has been sexually suggestive with microphones in multiple clips. Where is it? One.
I'm blowing out my left arm. Now I'm going to blow out my right arm, and I'm blowing out my damn throat, too, because these stupid people. I'm blowing.
Can we talk about the fact that he said he went through 2 mics and they really knocked the hell out of his throat? Okay. Then he did this, and then 77 million people voted for him. This was before the election. Just anyway. Did he say the guys behind him are stupid? No, I think he said the people that set up the stage were stupid. Whether that makes it any better. Okay, where were we? Parts.
I'm blowing out my damn throat.
Fireworks.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Future encounter.
That doesn't answer my question. I asked you a direct question.
Dinosaur.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Cap.
That's a damn lie.
Can you imagine if Kamala did that? You know what's insane, Oreo? You could say that about like 99.9% of the things Trump did, and they would have ended her campaign. Like so many things. Like when he said childcare was childcare, if Kamala had said that, it wouldn't have just been a word salad. It would have been a word salad buffet. Like they would never shut the fuck up about it. Trump says it, and they're like, "Oh, look at the genius." Just even now, Trump is saying that he's reduced prescription drug prices by 1,400%. If Kamala had said that, where were we? All right, so that was Cap,
That's a damn lie.
Coffee Magic,
Try that MAGA shit. Try it.
Stinging Bee. We don't get that one enough. Bubblegum, Night Star, Garland headpiece.
Why are you running?
That's a good one. Miles usually hits him with a good one. A well-timed Garland headpiece. Heart Me Flex.
Please clap.
Love You.
Now watch this drive.
Where's the childcare plan now? Aren't tariffs supposed to pay for childcare? Yeah, he said when we talk about the numbers that we're talking about, well, childcare is childcare. And then he started talking about how tariffs would pay for it. Cheering Crab. Massage for You.
Finish him.
Confetti.
Genuinely, no.
Whale diving.
Windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
Hand hearts. Woolly hat. Butterfly for You.
You've been watching a little too much Fox News.
Shiny air balloon.
They use magnets. It's a new theory. Magnets are going to lift the planes up.
Meerkat.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Oh not.
Turn like a pretzel.
Mark of Love.
I love Tesla.
Big shout out.
No more Oreos. No more Oreos.
Jolly the Joy Bean.
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
VR goggles.
Everything's computer.
Watermelon Love.
This is an island surrounded by water, big water.
I just realized we have one gift on 2 sound effects. Potato in Paris has to be reassigned.
The wall just got 10 feet taller.
That's Potato in Paris, but also we have a Hector sound that's Potato in Paris.
He's having sexual relationships with the boot.
That's going to come up a lot. We got to put that on something. What are we thinking for that one? Let's do Balloon Crown. Okay. Y'all know manifesting. I'm not playing it, okay? It's the one where older millennials peeing and he can't stop peeing. Double Firework.
I'm beating him off.
I like that one.
I'm beating him off.
Beautiful Crown.
Man, look at that guy, how handsome he is.
Rose Hand.
Smart people don't like me.
Air Dancer.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Game Controller.
Well, let's see how we say that.
And then Forever Rosa.
I said, well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. Is that okay?
Now, the reason I bring this up... Oh, wait. First of all, I just realized we could combo some of these.
Man, look at that guy, how handsome he is. I'm beating him off. I'm blowing out my damn throat.
The reason I bring this up, I watched Trump speak at the GOP retreat. And first of all, I genuinely don't think any...
Try that MAGA shit. Try it.
Thank you, Ice Cold. I genuinely don't think anyone on the right watched it because, like, that guy, he's unwell. Yes, that's the best way to put it. Okay. I'm curious if we get anybody, any MAGA in the chat, if they could just translate what is happening, that would be wonderful. So one of the reasons I want to play it is just to show everybody, aside from the fact that, like, he's, you know, super divisive and racist and all that stuff, he also really is just not up there. Like, he's never always been, he's never really been there, but, like, compare this to 2015, 2016, this is something else. Thank you, Kasha. That's number one. Number two, I think that this video has a ton of sound bites. And I would like you guys to pick some out. There are a ton in this video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the video for everybody. Y'all hear a soundbite you like. Just note what it is and around where it is so that we can harvest it and attach it to a gift. And while the video is playing, I'm going to get some work done so I don't have to worry about that on Monday. Because I'm going to probably sleep a lot Sunday night, which is night. Today is Sunday, I think. All right. That's the plan for right now. And then if y'all are still with me, you can do some Contexto and Mario after. Okay. Trump, GOP. How long is it? Hey, yo. No, I'm kidding. It's an hour and a half. But nope, I can't justify it. It's an hour and a half. And genuinely, I don't think all of you should stay for the whole hour and a half. I don't there's nothing I can say. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like, no, but it's worth it. It's not worth it. It's horrible. Put it in 2x speed. Yeah, but that ruins the sound bites. I thought about that. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. Or play it by throat, as it were. Just look at it. Look at his move. Look at his manner. What is that? Who does that? Is it too loud?
Thank you very much. I do love that song, but we got to get to business. I love that song, but I want to thank you all. You're special, special people. And I want to just say that, I announced I was coming over here, and I said, I love those Republicans. And I meant it. I said, except for maybe a couple. A couple I don't love. But the people in this room, I don't know if those couple are here. I don't know. I don't care if they're here or not. But we love you, and you've done an amazing job. You love the country. You're doing what's right for the country. And I want to wish everybody a Happy New Year, the most successful House Republican majority in decades. And we did it with not a big majority. Right? This was not a big majority, but it's a unified majority, and it's people that know what it takes to make America great again. So together we had 12 months of unprecedented success in 2025, and now we're going to make history and break records with the epic midterm victory that we're going to pull off. It just doesn't seem to happen for people that win the presidency. It's an amazing phenomenon. You win the presidency, and we sure as hell are having a successful presidency. I will say that. But even if it's a successful presidency, there's been nothing like what we're doing. We had a very good day 2 days ago, too. But even if it's successful, they don't win. I don't know what it is. There's something psychological, like you vote against. You can win by a lot. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions. We won everything. But they say that when you win the presidency, you lose the midterm. So you're all brilliant people. Most of you are in this business longer than me. That makes me smarter than you. Because look where I am, right? No, it doesn't. But I wish you could explain to me what the hell's going on with the mind of the public, because we have the right policy. They don't. They have horrible policy. They do.
So this is what I'm talking about. So Neely pointed out a good one. There's something psychological. That's a good one. And what he just said right now, that's another good one.
Explain to me what the hell's going on with the mind of the public.
That's good. Explain to me what the hell's going on with the mind of the public. I agree, Mr. President.
Because we have the right policy. They don't. They have horrible policy. They do stick together. They're violent. They're vicious. They're vicious people, and they stick together. like Lou. They don't have a couple of the people that we have. A couple of people, not too many, really very few. And that's why I want to just say that before we go any further, I want to express our tremendous sorrow at the loss of a great member, a great, great, great member, Congressman Doug LaMalfa, who passed away yesterday, as you probably have heard. And he was the leader of the Western Caucus, a fierce champion on California water issues. He was great on water. He wanted, release the water, he'd scream at him. And his wife, Jill, and his entire family. You know, he voted with me 100% of the time. And by the way, he wasn't a 3 o'clock in the morning person. Do you know what I mean by that? Where the speaker goes, sir, could you call up? Could you call? I said, what time is it, speaker? Sir, it's 3 in the morning. Could you make a couple of calls? How many? 9. So I'd start calling 3 in the morning. I said, I shouldn't use any names. I'm just going to create problems. But hi, Jim, and I'm not talking about Jim Jordan. I never had a call 3 in the morning for him. But I said, hi, Jim, how you doing? I just called to say hello. 3 in the morning. Okay, sir. Sir, you haven't spoken to me in 3 years, and it's now 3 in the morning, so I know what you want. You want my vote? And usually almost always they'd give it, but they wanted to be called. And with Doug, I never had a call. He was with us right from the beginning. I love those guys. I must say I probably love them the best, the guys that I don't have to call. They know we're doing the right thing. I have a couple that are going to be with us all the way, but they just want the call. They want love. They need love. They're more insecure than most of you. It's true. No, most of you are secure people. You're all laughing. No, most of you are secure people. I had a couple say, look, I could have Trump call me all the time. I just have to break his ass a little bit. And he'll be calling. But I appreciate those. We actually had a little party. We opened up a beautiful section of the White House in the Rose Garden, and we had a party for all of those people that I never speak to and vote for me. And, I spoke to Doug, but I didn't speak to him never had a problem. And I was really saddened by his passing and was thinking about not even doing the speech in his honor. But then I decided that I have to do it in his honor. I'll do it in his honor because he would have wanted it that way. He would have wanted it that way. He would have said, do that speech. Are you kidding me? Do the speech, big guy. But he was a fantastic person. Man, that was a quick one. I don't know quite yet what happened, but boy, it's a tough one. He was just with us. He was our friend, all of us, every one of us. And I also want to send our best wishes to Congressman Jim Baird and his wife, who are recovering from a car accident. They're going to be okay, but they had a pretty bad accident. And we're praying that they get out of that hospital very quickly. He's going to be fine. She's going to be fine, but it was a bad accident. And I want to thank the man who has been central to so many of our triumphs. He really has been. He's the guy that would call me to make those calls all the time. He's always working. And he's a nice person. He's a high quality person. But I want to tell you, he's a very tough cookie. I've seen both sides. Not often do I have to see the other side because he's just, by nature, he's a very fine, religious. I like that. He's a religious person. I like that. I like religious people. It usually means they're more honest. Sometimes it doesn't happen that way. I've had some real religious ones that did numbers on me, and I said, I'm going to get them someday. They got me by surprise, but it's usually good, okay, right? And his name is Mike Johnson, Speaker Mike Johnson. He has my complete and total endorsement. Stand up, Speaker. So, but it is true. A lot of times they'll say, I wish Mike was tougher. He's tough. He's tough as anybody in the room, actually. But can't be tough when you have a majority of 3. And now, sadly, a little bit less than that. A little bit less than that, maybe. But you can't be Trump. You can't, I want you. You make
10 enemies, 20 enemies. That's the end of that, right? Everybody loves him. I would say there's one person he's given up on. I mean, I think he just gave up on this guy. He's so bad. He never votes for us. But no matter how good, he won't vote for us.
Talking about Thomas Massey, but he's too much of a bitch to say his name.
There's something wrong. You can have the greatest bill, the greatest for the country. Forget about for Republicans. Great, great, great for the country. I'm a no vote. We don't even bother calling him at 3 a.m, do we? Huh? But I want to thank another guy who's as tough as they come, because he went through something that none of us have gone through. I went through a little shot, but I get that throbbing feeling every once in a while. But what he went through was incredible. And then Steve Scalise, he got hit hard. Where's Steve? Steve. He's a tough cookie. He was dead. I went to the hospital. His wife was crying so much. She was a mess. Oh, yeah, she loves you. That's the only thing I learned about Steve, that he has a wife who loves him. Because I've gone to hospitals where guys are in bad shape, and the wife couldn't care less. She's waiting. She's looking for the next guy. Who's the next guy down the pike? Who the hell is the next guy? He's dying. I said, it's so bad. Oh, yeah. I had one where the dog died and the husband died at the same time. I said, it's so sad. Yes, I love this dog so much. She couldn't give it, and the guy left her a fortune. Can you imagine? I shouldn't have left her anything, but she was much more concerned. It's true. Oh, the dog was devastated. The husband, he was like an afterthought. Your wife loves you, Steve. She's a great wife. Another one who has a great wife, Jackie, is Tom Emmer, right? Look at you. You have a great wife, but you haven't been tested like these guys. You haven't. We don't want to test her, right? She's incredible. She's a strong, beautiful, great person. She's a great person. She actually liked me at the beginning when we were having little fights. We weren't even having fights. We just didn't know each other. We didn't know each other. And I heard he said something negative about me. He was sort of right about the subject, but you're not supposed to say ever, even though you're right. But Jackie was saying, I'm telling you, he's a great guy. He's good. He's going to be a great president, blah, blah, blah. She was fighting for me. And now I love this guy. He's great. She was right about both of us, I think, right? But Tom has been incredible. He's incredible at what he does. He's a great team player. Your conference chair, Lisa McLean, is so strong and powerful and beautiful. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Thank you. And I think their broadcast, we said we don't care if the press comes or not. So when I say that, that means that they're broadcasting all this, and I'm letting my feelings out because it's true. I feel that way about so many people in the room. I could say it about many of the people in the room. Some I don't know as well, but many of the people in the room. They're incredible people. You're incredible what you're doing. We also have another one, Richard Hudson, chairman, NRCC. Richard's always in there. Always with a smile. No matter what's happening, Richard. He always has a smile. He's just a positive guy, smart and positive. Thank you, Richard. Really appreciate it. You do a great job. Republican Policy Committee Chairman, Kevin Hearn. Kevin, where are you, Kevin? Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Did a great job. Every one of you got to be proud of yourselves. And basically the entire House Republican Conference. It's been really amazing what you've done. And we're going to give you some ammunition today. I said, I'd love to make a speech. The Speaker asked me, would you make a speech? I said, sure. You think Biden would do that? Would you make a speech? What? First of all, people wouldn't ask him to make a speech because it never worked out well, right? Could never find the exits. You finish, look, stare here, stare there, stare here. You could jump off the front if you had to. No matter what he did, he got himself into trouble. So basically, they didn't ask him to, but if he did, it wouldn't be good. But it's good with me because, we have so much ammunition. We have ammunition. The problem is the fake news. That's why I like being on. I'd much rather do live television than do non-live because, when they say, as an example in my speech, peacefully and patriotically to the Capitol, peacefully and patriotically. Do you know that the Unselect Committee didn't report it, that I said those words? Do you know that the news never reported the words walk or march peacefully and patriotically to the Capitol? Do you know they never reported it? It's a scandal. The Unselect Committee never reported that. They never reported that Nancy Pelosi was offered 10,000 soldiers. National Guard soldiers, whatever you want. No, I don't want them. And the mayor. The mayors were in writing. She was more honorable about it. But Nancy got caught when her daughter did a documentary. She's a documentariist. And she has her mother saying, it's my fault. I should have taken the soldiers or something. I saw that in the documentary. I said, whoa, this was a major story. Has she spoken to her daughter since that, you know? But they just, you know, they are vicious people, even on the attack. And it was an amazing military feat that took place yesterday. Think of it. An amazing military. The people are saying, well, thank you. You know, people are saying it goes down with one of the most incredible. It was so complex. 152 airplanes, many. Talk about boots on the ground. We had a lot of boots on the ground. But it was amazing. And think of it, nobody was killed. And on the other side, a lot of people were killed. Unfortunately, I say that, soldiers. Cubans, mostly Cubans, but many killed. And they knew we were coming, and they were protected, and our guys weren't. You know, our guys are jumping out of helicopters, and you're not protected, and they were. But it was so brilliant. The electricity for almost the entire country was, boom, turned off. That's when they knew there was a problem. There was no electricity. Caracas said, there's no electricity. It's not the only people with lights were the people that had candles. It was just off. So we sort of got them a little by surprise. But it was brilliant tactically. It was an incredible thing. But I watched where Schumer, he's such a bad guy. I mean, I've known the guy for a long time, and he's such a bad guy. You know, at some point they should say, you know, you did a great job. Thank you. Congratulations. Wouldn't it be good? I would say that if they did a good job. Their philosophies are so different. But if they did a good job, I'd be happy for the country. They've been after this guy for years and years and years. And, you know, he's a violent guy. He gets up there and he tries to imitate my dance a little bit. But he's a violent guy. And he's killed millions of people. He's tortured. They have a torture chamber in the middle of Caracas that they're closing up. But he's tortured people. And now what they do, the radical left, they actually have people, and it's hard to get them. They're all paid people. Most of these people are paid. You know they're paid when they have brand new, beautiful printed signs by like the highest quality printer. And you have a woman, free Maduro. And the sign is before we even did the attack. You know, free Maduro. Why do you want him freed? I don't know, but he should be free. Oh, she reads the sign. What does that say? It says free. Well, that's what I believe. And, you know, you see the sign. It's like, Lisa, we should all have quality signage like that. The one thing I want their sign maker. The guy is great. He does beautiful signage. You know, the old days was better when they used to write out their own sign, wasn't it? They'd make a sign in the basement. They'd have an old broken board holding up a sign, and it's made with a magic marker, sloppy as hell, and it meant something. But today, when you have that yellow and black, they should use different colors a little bit. But the yellow is a beautiful shade of yellow. No, I want to find out who that is. I want him to work for the Republican campaign. He's much better than our guy, whoever the guy is. But the United States proved once again that we have the most powerful, most lethal, most sophisticated, and most fearsome. It's a fearsome military on planet Earth, and it's not even close. I've been saying it for a long time. Nobody can take us. Nobody. We don't want to have it. We don't have a discussion, but you read all and you see everything else. Nobody could have done that. Nobody has our weapons. Nobody has the quality of our weapons. The problem is we don't produce them fast enough. We're going to start producing them much faster. We're going to be very tough on the companies. We have the best weapons in the world, but it takes too long to get them, including allies. When allies want to buy them, they have to wait 4 years for a plane, 5 years for a helicopter. We're not letting that happen anymore. We're telling our defense contractors, you're going to start building faster. Guy makes... I have a big problem with it. I'm the king. I have sold more Boeings than any human being on earth. They gave me an award, Salesman of the Year. I said, what about Salesman of in the history of Boeing? I've sold more Boeing planes than any man in history by far, probably over 1,000. Over 1,000 planes. I said, that's the good news. But why should they wait 3-4 years to get a plane? They should build them, get them immediately. The F-35s, it takes too long to get them. The Apache helicopter. I had India coming to me, sir, I've been waiting 5 years. We're changing it. We're changing it. India ordered 68 Apaches, and Prime Minister Modi came to see me. Sir, may I see you, please? Yes. I have a very good relationship with him. He's not that happy with me because, they're paying a lot of tariffs now because they're not doing the oil, but they are. They've now reduced it very substantially, as you know, from Russia. We're getting rich because of tariffs, by the way. I hope everyone understands that. They hate to report. We're going to have over $650 billion poured into our country or coming in shortly because of tariffs. They're finding all of these pockets of money. A couple of weeks ago, sir, we're off by $39 billion. Oh, is that good or bad? Meaning, do we have it or are we short of it? Sir, it's $39 billion that we can't account for. That means we have an extra 39. Yes, sir. I said, well, what are you saying? We just don't know where it came from. I said, check the tariff shelf. Sir, that tariff doesn't start until September. He said, no. It started about a month and a half ago. Check it. Comes back 25 minutes later. Sir, you were right. It came from tariffs. This never happened to us before, where we find plus 39 billion, not million, plus 39 billion. They were missing. We've taken in $650 billion or shortcoming, and that's because I'm being nice. If I want to be, and we have national security because of tariffs. And frankly, we have a big Supreme Court case. I hope they do what's good for our country. I hope they do the right thing. The president has to be able to wheel and deal with tariffs. Now, if you have the right president, it's good. You have the wrong president, if you have the wrong president, nothing's good. Tariffs are the least of your problems. We found that out for 4 years. We had the worst president, did the worst job. They had the worst policy. We have to even run against these people. Now, I won't say cancel the election. They should cancel the election because the fake news will say, he wants the elections canceled. He's a dictator. They always call me a dictator. Nobody's worse than Obama and the people that surrounded Biden. Not Biden. I don't think it was Biden. He didn't know what the hell was going on, okay? The election was rigged. He had no idea what happened. He still doesn't. The auto pen. And by the way, you ought to make a big deal out of the auto pen. The auto pen was your president because most of the things were signed by auto pen. And you're not allowed to do that. I signed very little. Now I just sign everything because it's just so crazy. But, like I had the other day, we elevated a general to 4 stars. I think you should sign that. That's a big deal. A general did a great job, was elevated to 4 stars. And I had the general in, and I signed it in front of him, held it up. You got to sign it. You can't give it to an auto pen. And you can always tell an auto pen. One thing, it has 2 little tiny dots. You know that? 2 little dots. You know what that's from? 2 pins. They go bing, bing. They're wonderful things. But you got to sign it. And the law is you have to sign it. If somebody's, telling the auto pen person, he has to be authorized by the president of the United States. Well, he wasn't. The guy barely knew the president. How many times did you speak to the president, right? He said 2. And they just spoke about the weather. It was like this. But he was never authorized to sign. And I think 95% of the things were signed by AutoPen. You can tell because the AutoPen is a nice, clean signature, and his signature is a mess. The only thing he signed was, which is nice, was Hunter's pardon. That's the only thing that we can find that he signed. Most of it he didn't sign. So somebody's sending papers to sign, and he wasn't the president. First of all, the election was rigged. You ought to have voter ID. You ought to insist on it. You ought to insist on it. Can you imagine? In California, they not only don't have voter ID, but if an official at the voting booths, which they don't have, by the way, because it's all mail, if an official, a voting official, even asks somebody for voter ID, sir, would like to see your identification. Do you come from our country? They put him in jail for tampering with the election. Okay? We got to straighten this out before it gets too crazy. California is more corrupt than any place. California is more corrupt than Minnesota. And I won Minnesota. Well, Tom's going, I think so. Well, it's close. It can't be proportionately, probably nothing's more corrupt, right? Yeah, right. He says you got to win. I'll tell you what, I did great there 3 times. I was surprised 3 times. Those elections are corrupt. They got you one time, too. But I heard a long time ago, but they got you. But they got to straighten those out. But we have to have voter ID. And you know, when you confront a Democrat about voter ID, like in a debate or something, I said it a couple of times with Biden, and they're very embarrassed when they say, we want voter ID, voter identification. The only reason somebody doesn't want that is because they want to cheat. Our elections are crooked as hell. And you can not only win elections over that, and not only win future elections, but you'll win every debate because the public is really angry about it. And you ought to pass the SAFE Act, or whatever you're going to call it. Are we going to SAVE Act or the Save America Act? I think we're going to change the name a little bit. You're going to put that up for a vote? I think everybody in this room certainly should do it. And it's a bad vote for them because they're voting against things like voter ID and other things that are almost equal to voter ID. But when somebody says, no, we don't want voter ID, that means they're crooked. And the public understands it. You win elections with that. But I think it would be really important, Save America Act, if you would put that up for a vote. It's got my total endorsement. And all it is common sense things about the election. And they'll fight it like crazy because they cheat. That's the only way they can win. When you have policy so bad, when you have policy with men and women's sports, and they fight like hell for it. They still are. I saw the other day a person that you know very well, a congressman, was fighting like hell. And, you know, I was out the other day with somebody, and I was with an ex-football player. The guy was massive. His leg was like this. And a young woman who plays flag football. And she's very good, supposedly, as an athlete. She's smaller than this guy's leg. Okay? And if they were playing football together, he wouldn't even have to run. He could just keep walking. They couldn't take him down. You know, he can't even believe it. But there's so many. They had a race, a long-distance race. They had champion men, women, you know, one of those marathon deals. The man finished 5 hours and 14 minutes and 36 seconds sooner. He beat the champion woman by 5 hours. It's so demeaning to women. It's so ridiculous, right? It's so ridiculous. The weightlifting, take a look at the weightlifting records. One record stood for 18 years, and it was broken by 112 pounds. They couldn't get 1/8 of an ounce, you know. They'd put 1/8 of an ounce on. Then she's going to break the record for her mom, who's sitting in the front with her father. I'm going to break it. And she's out there. We're adding 1/8 of an ounce to each side. This record has stood, ladies and gentlemen, for 18 years. But she's going to do it. She's looking to get into the Olympics, right? And she gets up, and they put a little tiny thing like this, little thing. And my wife, by the way, my wife hates when I do this. She said, you know, she's a very classy person, right? She said, it's so unpresidential. I said, but I did become president. You know, she hates when I dance. I said, everybody wants me to dance. darling, it's not presidential. She actually said, could you imagine FDR dancing? She said that to me. And I said, there's a long history that perhaps she doesn't know. Because he was an elegant fellow, even as a Democrat, right? He was the attack by Japan, you know, he was quite elegant. But he wouldn't be doing this. But nor would too many others. But she says, darling, please, the weightlifting is terrible. And I have to say this, the dancing they really like. She said, they don't like it, they're just being nice to you. I said, that's not right. The place goes crazy. They're screaming, dance, please. But the weightlifting, but no, the girl gets up. And you see, I want to be more, but I have somebody watching. I want to be more effusive. Drops the thing, walks off the stage crying. Her mother's crying, her father's crying. Guy gets up. He said, have you lifted before? A little bit. And he walks up. Bing. He could have gone ding, 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 ding. I think it was 112 pounds, right? It's crazy. Or the beautiful boxer. They have boxing now. And that they have a young gentleman who transitioned. He was a very good boxer, but he wanted to be a woman, which is, you know, to each his own. Because I want to be very liberal when it comes to these subjects. I'm trying to get that vote. It's not an easy vote to get. It's very tough for me to get it. But he transitioned, and he transitioned, and the girl was a champion boxer from Italy, remember? She got up, first round, he hit her, boom, with a left. A left, for those, everybody here knows about, but a left, Lisa knows better than anybody, but a left is defense. He goes, boom. She's like, oh my, she walked to the corner, remember? She didn't go down, but she did everything else. But she said, I've never been hit like that before. I don't want to go out again. You can do it. You can do it. Bang. She walked off. She said, he happened to win the gold medal, that young woman. He won the gold medal. There were two transition people. They both won gold medals. The whole thing is ridiculous. You have policy on your side. They don't have policy on your side. Right? You have policy. And I saw this guy fighting like hell. The swimming records is ridiculous when you look at the swimming, any records. It's crazy. And it's so demeaning to women. Women are the, you know, and for a long time, they refused to talk about it. They were embarrassed to talk about it. Now they do talk about it. They talk about it openly. But they have the worst policy on everything, open borders. We want open borders. You know, they still want an open border. We did the greatest job ever on borders. And, you know, I think they forgot it. My guy said to me today, I have a great guy, Ross. He's the greatest speechwriter. He said, sir, let's not mention the border. Nobody cares about the border anymore. Can you believe it? This was the biggest, this was the biggest thing there was. It says to me, nobody cares about the border because it has a shelf life. I fixed the border. I fixed it in my first term. But now I really had to fix it. It was much worse, you know, when I came into office. Millions and millions of people were pouring into our country. And I fixed it. And my guy, who's incredible, says, people don't want to hear it, sir. You've done that. The problem is people forget that I did it. They totally forget. They were talking about the other day, we don't like Donald Trump on this. We don't like Donald Trump on that. And somebody just out of the blue said, well, he did an unbelievable job. Who cares about that? They're saying, like, you know, that's been done. What do we do about that, Mike? Everything you do. It's almost like, what have you done lately is the way you have to run your life. In other words, I could have the most unbelievable 4 years, and I guess I'm not allowed to run. I'm not sure. Is there a little something out there that I'm not allowed to run? But let's assume I was allowed to run. I could have, there's going to be a constitutional movement. No, I could have the most unbelievable 4 years. Everything was great. But in the last week, I made a little slip up in something. And you lose the election. It's like So we can't let them forget that we did such a great job on the border. By the way, Venezuela, everyone, they're marching in the streets. They love it, except in New York. I mean, where they find these people? These people, and they're not like, these people are a mess. They're the worst looking people I've ever seen. They got hats that are all frayed and all, they look like, they're all paid. They don't even know what they're talking. When the reporters don't interview them because they know that it's, the press is so anti. It's hard to believe the press could be so anti because it's all common sense. It's not, we're conservative, whatever. Doesn't matter. We're all common sense people. It's not even conservative. It's common sense. But the press has no credibility whatsoever. Think of it. I got 97% bad stories on one network, 93% on the other, and I won in a landslide. You know what that means? The press has no credibility. That's all it means. And we got to keep it that way. So I don't talk too much about the swimming, the weightlifting, the boxing. I don't talk about it. You know why? I want to start bringing it up about a week before the election because I don't want them to correct themselves. I don't want them to say, we've decided that we don't want to have men playing in women's sports. That'd be a devastating blow for us. Because that's, they say it's an 80-20. No. It's about a 98-2 issue. We've decided that we will not have open borders where the entire world, from the Congo, prisons from the Congo, these are extraordinarily tough people. These are people that make our motorcycle gangs look like fine young men. Okay? Our motorcycle gangs are wonderful people by comparison. No, they come in from prisons in the Congo. They come in from prisons from all over the world, but in particular Venezuela. Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua comes in, and Tren de Aragua, they say it's the worst gang in the world. It makes our gangs look like little sweethearts. It makes our gangs, you want to take them out to dinner, they're so nice. They cut off the fingers of people. One guy makes a phone call in Colorado. The governor stinks in Colorado. He's no control. So Tren de Aragua, they don't want to do anything about it. So ICE has to go in and take them out because the governor doesn't want to do anything. But they make a phone call. They've taken over my building. The landlord's calling. They took over his building. So the governor doesn't want to do anything. But he calls the police. The guy. They come in. Did you call the police? This is Tren de Aragua talking to the man that owns the building. Did you call the police? Yeah. Boom, they cut off his fingers. If you call him again, the next time your hand comes off. Can you believe it? The guy's walking around, his fingers were cut off. And these are the animals that we're throwing the hell out of here. Washington, D.C. is now the safest city in the country. And you people know that better than anybody because you were... think of it. You're in Congress. You're respected people. You're afraid to walk outside. Washington, D.C. Now, we had a terror attack 4 weeks ago, and one person's looking down from heaven, and the other one is actually recuperating and going to make it, I think, but really badly hurt. Really badly hurt. Most positive mother I've ever... No, my son's going to be fine, sir. The mother was telling me that the night of the attack, I went just like I went to you. I spoke to this incredible woman. Sir, everyone's praying for my son. He's going to be fine. The doctors thought she was, just hoping against hope. There was no chance. And 2 weeks ago, he got up and started walking around. It's amazing, actually. So maybe some really bad. It looks like he could be okay. He's going to have pretty bad after effects. But that was a terrorist attack on people that are doing a great job. And it could have been anywhere. But we haven't had a murder. We would have, on average, 2 murders a week in Washington. I don't even like talking about it. Two murders a week in Washington, D.C. We haven't had one in 7 months. People can walk out now. You can walk down with your wife down to the restaurants, which are booming, by the way. If you go back to before I got in, and we did a pretty good job 4 years ago, but there was never this, in my first term. So when we were during the first term, we were pretty good, but it wasn't like that big of an issue. It became a big issue because people were being mugged all over the place. We had a couple of people working in the White House that were killed. We had one guy waiting for his wife in a car. They said, get out of your car. He said, well, I'm waiting for my wife. They blew his head off. The wife is walking up to the car. Animals. And then they get angry when I say, they're animals. Nancy Pelosi, they're not animals. They're human beings. No, they're not. This is another thing. That's a 98-2 issue also. No, they're animals. And we've taken them out. We've took out over 2,000 people, brought them back to their countries from where they came, or they're in prison now in Washington. Because it's not just like, you have to take the bad ones out. 2%, 3% of the population causes 90% of the crime. Think of it. 2% of the population in Washington, D.C. causes 90% of the crime. So when you get rid of the 2%, we took out over 2,000 people, got them out of the country or in prison. Some were so bad that we didn't want to send them back to their countries because they'll come back in, even though it's hard now, but, they're pretty smart. They're sick, but they're smart. But you're now living in one of the safest cities in the country. It's a great thing. You can walk to the restaurants. Restaurants are booming. New restaurants are open. They were all closing. You wouldn't have had a restaurant. And I don't know about you, but to me, those soldiers standing there look so good. I'm not going to feel safe walking down the street without them. I don't think you would either. Even though, we took out so many criminals, I just feel better. To me, they're beautiful. I look at these soldiers, and you feel safe. You feel safe. I don't think if we took them out, even if the crime wasn't much, it would definitely be more. We did a great job in Chicago. They don't want to talk about it. We, against all this slob of a governor, this stupid slob, who's the family threw him out of the business. He was a dope, and the Pritzker family. But they threw him out of the business. And the mayor, he's a low IQ person, extremely low IQ. We should give everybody...
Low IQ is his code word for black.
Tests, right? The cognitive, they call it cognitive. I'm the only president that went for cognitive. I think every president and vice president should be forced to take cognitive exams, mental tests, like, are they intelligent? Wouldn't it be nice? Do you think Walsh could pass a cognitive test, as an example? Do you think Kamala could? I don't think Gavin could. He's got a good line of crap, but other than that, he couldn't pass. I mean, here's a guy who didn't want to have water coming down from the Pacific Northwest. Why? They have a little tiny fish, this big. It's a little tiny fish. Not doing well. You know why? No water. They're sending water. It's too much. It's killing the fish. So they cut it off. And then they have 25,000 houses burned down. They don't know why. No, I think, I believe in it. I'm the only one that took a cognitive test. I do, it's the worst. If I don't do a medical exam, because I've had times where I went longer, because I'm busy. If I don't do a medical exam, they say, Trump's not doing an exam. There must be something wrong with him. If I do the exam, they say, why did he do this? Why did he do this part of an exam? He did too much. There's something wrong with him. Do you remember there was a period, Mike, where I had 32 days in a row. I did one press conference, 2, 3, sometimes 4. I do them behind the desk. I don't even just do it. I do press conferences. But I do many press conferences. So in 32 days. And then one day, just one day. This is 32 days in a row. Must be some kind of a crazy record. Then one day, do you remember I didn't do one? Because I took Kai, my very brilliant golfer, beautiful young lady who swings the club so beautifully. She's a great scratch golfer and loves playing. Grandpa, would you take me to play golf? So I ran, I play golf in record. I play speed golf. It's better that way. You know the expression? Miss it quick. No, I play speed golf, but I'm a good golfer. Everybody knows. Anybody that I've beaten in this group. But I love to play golf, but I don't get to play much. But I took off 2 hours, and the press couldn't find me. But they knew I was there because they follow me. And I was getting, are you okay? Guys are calling me up. Some of the guys in this room. Sir, are you okay? Yeah, what's the problem? There's a report, sir, that you're no longer with us. Remember that? No. The report was that I don't want to use the D word. That's such a horrible word. Dead. I don't like. There's a report, sir, that you're no longer with us. I said, well, I just hit a 280-yard drive. This isn't bad. And, it's one of the, and it took me a couple of weeks to get that one straightened out. The new one is they did a report in the fake news New York Times where I worked this day from early in the morning till late in the evening, but we don't give out a full schedule. It's like who the hell wants to give out a schedule to these people? But it's all work. And this, in particular, this day was brutal. I never got to leave the seat. You couldn't do anything. It was just one after another after another. And this went on from early in the morning till late in the evening. And my people gave out a report. He had lunch. They show a report, lunch with somebody. And they did a story. Donald Trump is slowing down. He only had lunch. And then he went back up. And they said, that's malfeasance, whoever did, right? No, it's terrible. I was actually more angry with my people than I was with the New York Times. But they wrote a story. And it takes you a period of time to recover from these hits. And it's almost no matter what you do, but you have to keep a positive eye. But we have a fake press. We did a thing that's so incredible on medicine that nobody has ever done it. Reducing favored nations, most favored nations, we reduced the cost of medicine at levels that have never even been dreamt of before. We should win the elections on just that thing if we did nothing else and went home. Go home. We did favored nations where we're bringing down the price of a pill. As an example, in London, the pill sells for $10. In New York, it sells for $130. That's 13 times as much. Most favored is I want to pay what the lowest nation in the world is paying. Everybody knew about it, but nobody had the guts or the stamina to do it or the respect from other nations, but I do. And then you also had to get the drug companies. The drug companies were not easy, but they were much easier compared to the other nations. So the other nations used to tell the drug companies, we're not going to pay more. It kept it for years the same price. Everything, we just kept going up, up, up. And finally I had the drug companies and they said, listen, fellas, you can't do this. Can't do it anymore. I'm not going to let it. We're going to do it. And you're not going to do it. And I did things to them that were brutal. But I really found out it was the nations that were so tough. So when France was told that the pill will go from $10 to $30, it's a big increase, right? But it's not really. And that ours would come down from $12 or $13 down to $30. So theirs would go from 10 to 20 or 30. And ours would go from $13 down to, meaning $130 down to 20 or 30. So it's a huge drop for us. Now, depending on the way you calculate it, it could be thousands of percent down. It could also be 90% and 80%. There's two ways of calculating. I don't know if you know. They said, Donald Trump exaggerated. No, there are two ways of calculating it. But calculate it at 80, 90%. But the other way is more accurate, like 900%, because that's what it really is. But there are two ways, but be generous, 90%. There hasn't been a reduction in 28 years, except for the 1 year where I got it down 1/4%, and I had a news conference. I was so proud of myself. The drug prices, prescription drugs, are going to be down by thousands of points. Thousands. On that one item, you should win this election. The New York Times barely wrote about it. The other papers barely wrote about it. Nobody even knows that the drug prices. Now, people will say, you don't mind if I don't read this crazy teleprompter, do you? Because, do you mind? Because I have, it's called standard. But these things are so important because you guys got to get elected. Because if you don't get elected, we have a country that's going to go to hell. So we can't play games. Ladies and gentlemen, the sun will rise tomorrow, and when it rises, we will all We don't need this bullshit. We need to talk about favored nations. And your numbers are coming down at levels that nobody's ever seen. We inherited high prices. We inherited a mess. We inherited the greatest inflation in history. And you know what was knocking it down? The bad economy that we inherited. We inherited bad. We now have the hottest economy in the history of our country. We have $18 trillion being invested in the United States. You have, every one of you have car plants, AI plants, plants of all different types because of tariffs. I hope we get the good ruling from the Supreme Court. I only hope we do, because it's given us tremendous national security. So let me just finish up, because you know I weave. I love to weave. If you ever weave and don't come back to the point, then that's a problem. Then you say, but when you weave and you go here and boom, 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 always coming back, then you're in good shape. But what's happening is, by doing what I did, we're getting numbers that are so low. But what did I do to the countries? I said, France, your health care for prescription drugs is going to go up triple. It's going from $10 a pill, just as an example. I called it the fat drug. You could say the fat drug, Ozempic. Ozempic is $80 in London, and it's $1,300 in New York. The fat drug. A friend of mine called me up. He said, what the hell is going on? A very rich guy, but I said, the fat drug doesn't work on you. Why are you even taking it? The drug has failed miserably, but he's a very loud, boisterous. He's not a bad guy, not a great guy. Smart as hell. But he's a very rich guy. This drug, he could have paid millions for it. It wouldn't have mattered. But he said, in London, I'm paying $80. In New York, I'm paying like many times more than that. What the hell is that? That's because of what's happened. Because the nations held us back. So the drug companies, I made a deal with them. You're going to do it? They said, whatever the nations agreed to. The nations were a bigger problem than the drug companies. So I said, you tell me they'll never agree, sir. I said, 100% they will. 100%. They said, sir, the smartest guys, Eli Lilly, Merck, Pfizer, all genius. They're all making numbers you wouldn't believe. The defense contractors are making more. That's why I'm going to say, you're making $45 million a year and you can't produce a frickin' helicopter for 7 years? We're going to talk to them about that. But I said to the France, I called up, as an example, France, just as an example, I like him, he's a nice guy. Emmanuel, you know Emmanuel Macron. I love the French accent. Emmanuel. They said, listen, you're going to have to raise your prices a little bit because we're paying 14 times more than you. That's a lot, right? We're paying numbers. In other words, we're making up for all of this deficit. No. I don't know. I will not be able to. Mr. President, please excuse me. Most of the people call me Mr. President, except for people that don't respect me. They call me that, which there are probably a lot of them too. But they said, no. Putin calls me Mr. President. She calls me Mr. President. Emmanuel goes, no. We will not do that. Yes, you will, Emmanuel, 100%. Because I was told they wouldn't do it. And this is, you can take Emmanuel and add up Hans. You can add up Ludwig. You can add every name in the book. It's all the same. The answer is no. We're not going to double our drug prices. Not for you or anybody else. I said, yes, you are, 100%. We are not going to do it. No, you don't understand. 100%. You're going to do it and you're going to like it. They go, I don't understand. I've told you 5 times, why do you keep saying you're going to do it? Because I'm always right about, Trump is right about everything, right? I said, the hat. Trump is right about it. I have been right about everything. Got to keep it going. Is there wood up here? Hold it. I always like to, just in case. Trump was right about everything. And I said, so you're going to do it, Emmanuel? No, I'm not. I said, okay, here's the story, Emmanuel. if on Monday you haven't agreed to every single thing that we want, I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything coming out of France, including your wines, your champagnes, and everything else. No, 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 you cannot do that. I said, I can do that, and I will do that. Even for national security, I'll do that, but this is for medical security, and 100%. Now, let me explain. The tariff I'm imposing on you is 42 times more expensive than what I'm asking for you in return. So you can either have a 25% tariff added on to you, like I did with China on fentanyl. I put a 20% penalty tax on China, and it's drying up because the tax is far more than they make with fentanyl. But with the other nations, I said, you're going to do it. And you know what he said? You can't do that to me. I said, yes, I can. Don't worry about it. It's not going to be that bad. You just have to explain it to your people, your 39 million people, that, by the way, don't vote by mail. They vote on paper ballots. They tried voting by mail, and there was fraud all over the country. We're the only country that votes by mail, essentially. You know that, right? You know, Speaker, that's another thing. We're the only country that's stupid enough to vote by mail. Even Jimmy Carter's commission said don't do it. But just to finish so that you won't say he wanders. Emmanuel said to me, Donald, you have a deal. I would love to increase my prescription drug prices by 200% or whatever. I would love to do it. It'd be such an honor. Whatever you want, Donald, please. Don't tell the population. Please, Donald, I beg you. Every country said the same thing. No, 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 we will not do this. Some were strong, some were very nice, some were rude. But they all said one thing, no, we won't. And within, I'd say on average, 3.2 minutes, they were all saying, we would be honored to quadruple our drug prices. So we would be honored to quadruple our prices if that's what you like. We want to make you happy. Okay. Therefore, I will not charge you a tariff, and you're going to increase your drug prices by 3 times what they were paying 2 days ago, right? And we have now favored nation. You think Biden could do that? I don't think so. Think Biden ever thought of it? Now, everybody's wanted favored nations, but everybody knew it was impossible to get the countries to agree to it because they wouldn't have done. And they've been doing this for 40 years or whatever it is. We were subsidizing the entire world. That's just one of the many things we're giving. But you should take that thing. That's going to save. Now, that also, when you add that to healthcare, your drug prices are much lower than what you projected. So we're going to reduce healthcare by a lot. One other thing. On healthcare, it's never been our issue. It should be our issue. We had a very nasty vote from a couple of people. I guess Collins, I guess Lisa Murkowski, and I guess a man named John McCain. Remember? Thumbs down. You remember. He said, I'm all for 10 years he campaigned. I don't want to be nasty, but for 10 years he campaigned on Obamacare. We're going to destroy Obamacare. We're not going to do it. And then we're going to terminate it. And then, it was a little surprising. We could have had health care, good health care. Obamacare is bad. And the people understand it's bad. And the premiums are horrible. But one thing I've learned a lot about healthcare. I found healthcare sort of like not of tremendous interest, but it was very important. And I'd made it of tremendous interest. So I made a statement a couple of months ago because I saw the numbers. I said, boy, because, I like to see what's going on. That's one of the reasons. By the way, we set an all-time record again today. We have the highest stock market in the history of our country by far, every single month. That's another thing you should camp. They like to demean that. The Democrats, well, that doesn't mean anything. That's just, no. That means jobs, and it means 401ks, because a lot of people have 401ks. And they have, best lawyer in the room, the best, have 401ks, and they have 401ks like, I had a young policeman. I told this story twice, but it was the same thing. This was a recent case. I had a case years ago because I had a great economy. We had the greatest economy in history during my first term. My first term was a tremendous success. But again, nobody wants to talk about that. We rebuilt our military. We did things that nobody could have done. We did a great job. This term is blowing it away. It's blowing every term. There's never been a president that had a year like this, especially a starting year. And we should win based on that too, all things. But the 401k, so there's a policeman, and he comes up, and he was guarding me along with lots of other people. Sir, I want to thank you. What? My wife thinks I am the worst investor in the world. And for the last year, she thinks now I'm Warren Buffett. She said, you're smarter than Warren Buffett. You're a better investor than Mr. Warren Buffett, sir. I said, how's your 401k? It's doubled. It's going up. It's going up. I said, just relax. But 401ks are through the roof. Those are us. Those are the people. We have the highest stock market in history. 47 days out of 11 months. We have just a piece of the last month left for the first year. 47 days out of 11 months, we hit a new record. Well, we hit one last night. We hit another one today, I understand. But we hit one last night, a new record, brand new record. All exchanges, not just, Dow. Dow was up, but all of them. We have another record, that's the 47th time in 11 months that we've hit an all-time high. And the future, because we have more money coming into our country than any country has ever had by far. The record was about $3 trillion many years ago by China. We've got $18 trillion pouring into our country. You know why? Because of tariffs. Because if they build a factory, they don't have to pay any tariff. But if they make it in another country and they send it in, they have a very big tariff to pay. So they can't pay that tariff. So what they do is they come in and they're building. By the way, this is what China did to us for many years. It's just reversing it. Other than we have a great product. We were losing our product now. Tell you what, if I had lost this election, if you had Kamala, it's the same thing, Joe and Kamala, I call them equals. If you had Kamala come in, I believe that our country would have been Venezuela on steroids. I used to say that during the campaign. If I don't win, we're going to have Venezuela. So we have 18 trillion coming in. I think we could hit 20 trillion by the time the year is up, right? It's less than 1 year, 18 trillion. The record is $3 trillion. $3 trillion is a lot of money. 18 trillion is not even thinkable. That's all investment. That's building factories. That's building plants. You know how many car factories we have? Half of you guys are having car factories. Where you are, Louisiana is doing great. Georgia, right next to you, is doing great. Hello. Nice guy. All nice people. Actually, in this room, I can't see it. Is there anybody I'm supposed to dislike in this room? I think that a couple of people maybe didn't show up. There's only one that I really dislike. The same person that Mike gave up on, because there's something wrong with him. He's a sick person. But there's only one, really. The others, you just have to understand them. They have some problems too. But you just have to sort of go with them and understand them, feel sorry for them. Advise their family, are they okay? Because what we're doing is right. But $18 trillion, car plants being built. I was in Japan. Somebody admonished me. He shouldn't be traveling. I don't like to travel. But when I travel, I make a lot of money for the country, not for me. For me, I don't care. I have a much higher purpose. I have plenty of money. I don't need money. I don't want money. I want to make money for the country. And like I did with Intel. Intel came in. They had a problem. I said, I can solve the problem, but I think you should give the United States 10% of your company. He goes, whoa. I said, yeah, I think I can help you with the problem, but you got to give the United States, not me. Sometimes I'll say, give me. But when I say me, I'm talking about, I'd love to accept it, but I don't think that law enforcement would like that, right? I'm very cognizant of law enforcement, perhaps more than anybody in history. Actually, a friend of mine who's really smart said, you've got to be the most honest guy in history. because you have been examined, your books, your records. I have a big business. Every record, I had these Democrats hired the biggest accounting firms, the biggest law firms, the biggest. I went through years of abuse. And here I am. They didn't find anything wrong. Remember? We want his tax returns for years. We want his. Finally, the Supreme Court, shockingly, I'm the only one. This couldn't happen to anybody else. You have to give your tax returns, right? I gave my tax returns. They're from here to here. It's a big business. It's a great business. And I built a great business, like much bigger and better than anyone even understands. But I gave my tax returns. They go from here to the ceiling practically. They got them. Headline, Trump to give tax returns. Supreme Court ruled I had to give my tax return. Can you believe it? Everyone said, you're not supposed to do that. And by fighting, they think you're trying to hide something. Naturally. I gave my tax returns. That's the last we ever heard. They hired the biggest accounting firm in the world, most powerful lawyers in the world. They spent millions and millions of dollars going over those returns. There hasn't been one story that I did anything wrong. So this friend of mine who's highly sophisticated, rich guy, smart guy, said there's nobody that I know that could have gone through an examination like that and not ended up in prison. Nobody ever had to suffer like I did. Nobody ever did that to anybody else. There was an expression, Andrew Jackson was the most abused president in the history of the United States. You know who second was? This before me. You know who second was? Abraham Lincoln. But he had a civil war, so we have to give him a pass. But Andrew Jackson was treated horribly. He was a great general and a good president. So bad that his wife died. His wife died. They were horrible. But I just saw a report came out the other day. I blow them away. He never got impeached twice. I got impeached twice on nothing. On a perfect phone call, remember? Perfect phone call. Tim Scott, who's a great guy, great, wonderful guy, South Carolina, straight guy, right? He is a good guy, good person. He's an honest person. He read a transcript. Thank goodness I had a transcript. Essentially, the call was taped because they tape calls. I didn't even know. So was that call taped? Yes, sir. I said, oh, well, bring it down. I don't even know. And we read the transcript. It was perfect. It was so good. I told Ukraine not to cheat. And if you see any cheating, report it to the Attorney General of the United States. That was my call. They said, he was trying to intimidate. All I said, just don't cheat. And we have a signed agreement that Ukraine can't cheat. You know that. It's the only country we have actually a signed. They violated the agreement many times, I would tell. You'll find out. I was right about that too. But nobody's gotten cheated. But this guy said to me, for you to have escaped. But the one thing, and I'll just end it, because Jim Jordan back there, world champion wrestler, 128-1. Whatever happened to the one guy? The Russian. He lost to, how dare you lose to a Russian? Do you know the more impressive record for Jim? Because I'm a big sports person. I love sports. Jim went to high school. As in high school, he was considered like the top wrestler. But he was undefeated in high school. Now, what that means is that as a freshman, he was beating seniors. Is that true? Were you actually undefeated? Seriously, were you undefeated in high school? That means as a freshman, he had to beat seniors, Steve. Nobody could, because there's such a difference between a freshman and a senior. To me, that's more impressive than anything. But I'm also impressed with his fight. Now we have to close the deal, Jim. We got to close the deal. Close that deal. So, I respect. I saw Jim, and the first time I met Jim, I looked at him, and I said, tough-looking guy. But I noticed the ears, they were a little rough. They were a little bit of a rough. Some people would say a little cauliflower on that ear. I said, Jim, have you wrestled before? Yes, I did. where, was it Ohio State? Something like, he was an All-American at Ohio State. I said, yeah, I could sort of tell. I look at the ears and I can sort of tell. But have you had plastic surgery on your ears, Jim? No? Because they look better now than they did the first time. They've healed over the years. They've healed. Actually, now you're wrestling with probably much tougher people, the radical left lunatics, right? But anyway, so I just want to leave it by this. I want to say that you are great people. We have all of the policy. We have wonderful. Just stay together. We got a few people that make life very difficult. They don't have that. I used to say they don't have a Mitt Romney in their midst. I mean, Mitt Romney was very difficult. You know, he was almost like for them. He was on the Senate side. But we have a couple of people that are really bad. I mean, they're bad, but maybe they'll straighten out. Maybe somebody in the room can sit them down and straighten them out, because what we're doing is the right thing for the country. We're not Republican or Democrat. We're doing the right thing for the country. If you look at what we're trying to solve the healthcare problem. We're trying to get better healthcare at a lower price. I mean, that's a good thing, right? And the one thing I learned, and just in concluding, and I said it like a month and a half ago, and it was the number one thing in the country. Even the fake news covered it. They tried to put a negative spin on it, of course. I said, I read a story about insurance companies making a fortune. A fortune. Their stocks were up 1,700%. Who invested recently in a stock that's up 17? And that's because the money that they're getting from Obamacare is massive. And the government generally. That means they're making a fortune. And as soon as that, because I have a natural, I don't want to say it again, but I have a natural business instinct. I do. I've always done things. I've done some things that people said you're crazy and I made a lot of money with. I've done a lot of things that were good. I have an instinct, right? Somebody said, he's got the best political instincts of any politician in 150 years. I said, no, I don't. I really don't believe I do. I think I have good instincts. I have common sense. But they said that it was a very complimentary statement, but I don't believe that's necessarily right. But I do have good policy. I have good common sense. And maybe they wheeled that into instincts. And I did become president, so it can't be that bad. And I never did it before. Don't forget, I ran for president. I had a politician telling me very strongly, they said, sir, I've run for office 20 times and I've won 17. And I know what I'm talking about. This was at the very beginning of my first time. I said, well, I've only run once, and I won, but I won for president. He said, you got me on that one. He's actually sitting in this room right now, that son of a gun. He knows who I'm talking about. He was giving me a hard time, but he's turned out to be a decent person. Not the best in the room, but a decent person. He's not my favorite in the room, but he's decent. But we have one thing that's really strong. Uh-oh, it's a fake news. Pulitzer Prize, right, Doug? Pulitzer Prize. He got one for the bullet. He had the bullet, but he got how many Pulitzer Prizes? 3 Pulitzer Prizes, and all talented guys. These are great guys. I don't like the people back there as well. These are the ones that take the pictures. Make me look thin for a change, Doug. You're making me look a little bit heavy. I'm not happy about it. But one thing I did see and find out in the last 2 months, when you tell the people that we want the money to be paid to the people so the people can buy their own health insurance and health care, it's like, and I just said it, and I said it because I read a story on the front page of a certain paper that I don't even mention because it's so stupid.
Here's a recap for those just joining.
So far off the Wall Street Journal, I don't mention it. I refuse to tell you I refuse to tell you that it's the Wall Street Journal. They've lost their way. This is not the Wall Street Journal of old. But I read a story on the Wall Street Journal, and it said that the insurance companies are making so much money. They weren't demeaning them or anything, and I guess as an investor, you're happy. When I read that, I said, wait a minute, they're making that kind of money. And they're making it because of stupid politicians, I hate to say, that we allow them to make it. If you guys can get in a room, because, we don't have that as one of our issues. It's the only thing they have. They're lousy at it. They came up with Obamacare. We tried to fight it. We almost had it won, but we didn't get 3 votes. We should have gotten them. But here's, you want to turn this thing, you work on favored nations, you work on borders, you work on all of the things that we talked about, but now you take the healthcare issue away from them, and they want to fight it. You know why? They're all owned by the insurance companies, and they cannot fight it successfully. There's nothing they can do. That's like almost the voter ID thing. When they try and fight, I watched the guy trying to explain why we shouldn't have voter ID the other day, and the guy was a fool. He looked like an idiot. This is the same kind of an issue. Let the money go in the healthcare account or however you do it. Let the money go directly to the people. Now, you have to be a little flexible on Hyde. You know that. You got to be a little flexible. You got to work something. You got to use ingenuity. You got to work. We're all big fans of everything, but you got to be flexible. You have to have flexibility. I came out with a statement. Let the money go not to the big fat cats in the insurance companies that made 1,700% over the last short period of time. Let the money go directly to the people where they can buy their own health care. And I'm not sure that I've ever said anything that was more impactful. You know, I say a lot of things and have a lot of good ideas. And this was an idea that, the whole world went crazy. The whole country went crazy. The world went crazy with envy.
That's a damn lie.
If you can somehow do that, Mr. Speaker, Tom, all of you, Steve, if you can do that, this is going to be your issue. And the other thing is fertilization. They're trying to hit us on fertilization. They were dead on fertilization when I got a call from a very wonderful young senator from Alabama saying they had just lost a case. And the case, I've never been met with such
Turn
scorn.
off
Friends
the
of
lights.
theirs
Turn off the lights.
And I said, explain the issue to me. And it was on IVF, the fertilization. A judge ruled against and said all fertilization.
Try that MAGA shit.
Closed down like immediately.
Try it.
It would have been a disaster. And fortunately, I picked it up, and we owned the issue. But now I understand they're trying to make a case on fertilization. You can't let them do that. Very important issue. All of these issues are very important issues. But you can own healthcare. Figure it out. Let the money go directly to the people. It goes in a healthcare account. There are numerous things you can do, but you have to let no money for the insurance companies. You know, I'm going to meet with the insurance companies. I said, I'm going to meet with them because I met with the prescription drug companies. And that's when I found out what was going on with the fact that we were paying 10 and 13 and 14 times more money than Europe and other places. I learned that at the meeting. Now I'm going to meet with them in a few days. I'm meeting with them all, 14 companies. I'm meeting with them all. I'm also meeting with oil companies. Let's go. You know what that's about. We've got a lot of oil to drill, which is going to bring down oil prices even further. But if you can come up with health care, remember this, where the money goes to the people, you have just owned, they can't fight it. They're owned by the insurance companies. You guys don't get money from the insurance companies. They do. They get a massive amount of money. It's their biggest donor. They're going to try and fight you, but they can't win the fight. If you explain it, the money goes directly to the people. That's going to be your issue. The other thing is energy. Your energy prices have come so far down since that president. And nobody wants to, I saw on television, energy prices are down 3%. No, they're not down 3%. They were $3.50 and $4. It's now $1.99 a gallon in many stations, and it's going down further. And that's like a massive tax cut. And that's the other thing, tax cuts. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. Now think of this, no tax on tips, no tax for seniors on Social Security, no tax on overtime. You're allowed to deduct if you buy a car and you take out a loan on the car. For the first time ever, middle-income people, all people can deduct, but they never got a deduction before like this. It's only for rich people. They got them. They have so many deductions. You're allowed to deduct the interest against your taxes. Nobody thought it was possible. It's going to be phenomenal for the car companies, but it's even more phenomenal for the people. It's like getting it's like paying half for the car. All of these things, you have so much ammunition. All you have to do is sell it. Taxes. But the one thing they know about the taxes, I call it the great big beautiful bill. I think it's even better. But the great big beautiful bill is just that. There are so many goodies in the bill, you have to get the word out. Because the people in the back of the room won't do it. That's why I love live television. Because they can't, sometimes they'll turn the camera off. But they're embarrassed when they do that. If we're going too strong and doing too well, if the lights go off, you know you're doing well. If the lights are on, you got yourself a problem, okay? I see that little red light. That light goes on. If that light, that's bad, isn't it? If that light goes off, you know that you're doing a good job because you're fighting the Democrats and you're fighting the fake news. And it's amazing that they can be so stupid. And they don't have credibility anymore, and you can beat them. I mean, it's the old thing that, never fight the news, but you have no choice because it's almost like they become radicalized. But you are fighting the news, but you can beat them. That's why I'm standing here. I mean, I had Kamala. I was beating Joe by 30 points, and then they changed him. That's like a fighter in the ring. He's losing, and they said, let's put somebody else in to take his place. Very unfair. They changed in the middle of the election. They said, he's going to lose, so let's give somebody else. And fortunately, she was just as bad as him. Probably slightly. I don't know. Would you say as bad or worse? Close. Pretty close. But it took 6 weeks. It was a honeymoon period. 6 weeks. It took 6 weeks to find out that she didn't have what it takes. But you got to win the midterms. Because if we don't win the midterms, it's just going to be, they'll find a reason to impeach me. I'll get impeached. We don't impeach them. You know why? Because they're meaner than we are. We should have impeached Joe Biden for 100 different things. They are mean and smart. But fortunately for you, they have horrible policy. They can be smart as can be. But when they want open borders, when they want, as I said, men and women's sports, when they want transgender for everyone, bring your kids in. We're going to change the sex of your child. Just send them our way. In some cases, like in Minnesota, they don't even tell the parents. Is that right? And nobody believes it when I say it. I think we have 6 states. Nobody, am I correct? Okay, Tom Emmer said yes, so. But it's true. Where the kid comes back, they keep the kid. They operate on the kid. They don't tell the parents. It's not believable. We have great, solid common sense policy. They have horrendous policy. What they do is they stick together. They never have a no vote. They impeached me. I never knew I was going to be impeached. I get a phone call. You just got impeached. I said, what does that mean? It took them 10 minutes. They impeached the president who did a damn good job. I rebuilt our military, Space Force. I got everything. I did a lot. They impeached me for nothing, twice, for nothing. Fortunately, you were on our side, and we were unanimous. And the second time, the few people in this little group, like Rice and this, they're all gone. Every one of them is gone, except one that we're going to sort of let ride with. Some guy that has a state that you might as well just let him ride. But think of it, everyone's gone. Everyone's gone. It makes me feel so good. I don't want to feel vicious. But I'm so happy that everyone. And they're seriously gone, too. They lost in landslides. This guy named Rice, he lost by 48 points. Right? Remember him? Oh, no, there he is. What a job you did, Mr. Fry. Congressman Fry. I looked around for somebody. It's true, this was a good choice. We've made some bad choices, too, because you have to do it. I said, who the hell can run against this guy Rice? It was a Trump plus 40 district. They had riots around his house that night. He voted, I vote to impeach. And that night they had riots. So they said, who the hell? Just give me somebody. A warm body. And then, no, it has to be a living, breathing person. And then if I could get a genius, it would be good. And we got a guy who is so good. He's been, I think, are you happy with him? I think so. Stand up, bro. He's great. I said, where does he come from? He's like a senator, state senator or something. I said, all right. I spoke to him one time. I said, you're accepted. But little did I realize how good he was. You did a great job. You've done a great job, and the people love him. So he has done a great job. I just want to say this. I haven't read one word on this thing. Who the hell else could do this? And I think I gave you something. It's just a roadmap, and it's a roadmap to victory. You have so many good nuggets. You have to use them. If you can sell them, we're going to win, because we've won 2 races in like 50 years. It's, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but just don't fight it. It doesn't make sense. There've been 2, and they were unusual circumstances. So whether it's a Republican or Democrat, whoever wins the presidency, the other party wins the midterm, and it doesn't make sense, because we've had the most successful year probably in the history. They say, and now you add what happened essentially yesterday, we've had the most successful first year of any president in history. And it should be a positive, and make it a positive. So with that, I leave you. I do. And I started by saying I love you all, and I'll end by saying I love you. You're amazing people. What you do for this country is incredible. And thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, some of you are just joining, so we're gonna go back to the start and watch it.
Song, but we got to get to business.
I'm just kidding. Yeah. So like, I don't know if there's any like Trump voters or supporters watching right now. Do y'all claim this man? Just to be clear, we tried to map out the weave. I eventually gave up. Like, you could still say you claim him, but at the very least, you got to say that his word salads are worse than anything you could have ascribed to Kamala Harris, right? You have to. This is like a Ruby Tuesday word salad bar. You weave the basket. He kept getting distracted. He would just randomly say hello to people in the room. I just woke up. That was like a fever dream. All right. Well, I fear I am too tired to end the live, because if I end the live, I'm probably going to go to sleep, and I don't want to go to sleep until Mac gets here. Mac's going to get here in 6 hours. Because if I go to sleep before she gets here, then we're going to be on different sleep cycles, and then no. I'm not going to be able to spend as much time together the next 3 days. We got to stay up. Play Fall Guys. Wait. That's actually an amazing idea. Hold on. Do I still have it downloaded? Updating Steam. Dan, do you play HD2? I don't know what that is. Probably not. What was that word game we used to play? Contexto. We actually played it last night. And I did semi-promise that we would play it again today after this speech. All right. Let me gather my things here. glad you got to. I'm glad I got to watch you live on my birthday, Dan. Was that today or? No, wait. Told me that was before. I'm sorry. Happy belated. That's not today, right? 10th, technically. Okay. Well, still. Happy belated birthday. Fuck it. I haven't gone to sleep yet. Happy birthday. We count those. All right. You guys talk amongst yourselves while I figure out this Fall Guys situation.
Thanks,
Right,
chat.
Got Steam open. Library. Fall Guys update queued. Last played August 19th, 2022. 3.5 years.
If I had Fall Guys downloaded, I would join, but it takes too long. At Neely Light Blue Heart, thank you, White Heart. My birthday is this week. How about that weather,
Nice.
Texas? We got Temu winter this year. At Tyler, happy birthday.
Tyler, are you doing anything for your birthday? And Shauna, what are you doing for your birthday?
FR. Is this live real time?
I am live, yes. I just read
At
your
Jonathan,
comment.
BB and we.
No, all right, let's play some text though. See how we feel
At
after
Tyler.
that.
I just played video games and chilled all day, haha. Love Dan but hate ice. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, first off, shout outs to Socks of Splenda, Apple user, and Alexis. All three of you might be asleep, to be fair. I'm still gonna shout you out. Thank you for being the top 3 tappers. We're gonna reset this for the delirious portion of the live.
I just want to say bamboozled in this voice. Sorry. W tappers. Morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Don't worry, Dan, I made it home from work.
Nice. That's good to hear. Okay. So.
Will it say Whipple?
Contexto.
At Neely Light Blue Heart like the supercharger? Meh, not a great Whipple.
All right. We're only going to do a couple of these because I kind of do want to play some Mario. It's been a while.
No plans for B-Day.
Aw. Maybe we can do a special Shauna birthday live. Big Crab Rave. Erica, Hector. It works.
At Ashby does not compute. Haven't slept yet. I would cry, lol.
I need a word here, chat.
At Shauna Theblard, BBN B-Day Party Live. Swift.
Okay.
Dan, somehow snowstorm just hit as soon as I got home.
Damn, wait, we're
Telescope.
only 11 away.
What about top 10 tapping topper shit?
No
is hardcore?
storm as soon as you hit
At
home.
Neely Light Blue Heart, Dan would have to go
Oh.
live on Thursday, lol. It's too small. Indiana. Cloud. Atmosphere. Cloud.
Second, everybody. Okay. It's too
That's
small.
what she said. LMAO.
Cloud.
Yay, it was
Atmosphere.
blasting some snow in Ohio just now. At Miss_Casey_1 got him.
Air. Breathe. Could be breathe.
Oxygen.
Lung.
Space.
Oxygen.
This app is for children. No Trump loving a mic.
If everyone's down, listen, I would go live on Thursday if
My pool cover is cooked.
everyone's down, or I could like join boxes on
Moon.
somebody else's live. That works
Pad.
too. Pool cover is cooked.
Gas. Gravity.
Gravity.
Wind. I love how Lil Marco is watching you intently. Earth. Fly.
Fly.
I just moved in and it's held together with
Ooh,
zip ties
fly
well.
is getting closer. Soar. Oh, what about bug? Okay, so it's not that kind of fly.
Plane.
Fly. Plane's
Plane.
good. Ooh, we're even
Plane.
closer. Airplane. Wing.
How does this work?
Basically, we're trying to find the secret word, and there's an AI that ranks
Pilot.
all words and how closely related they are to this word.
Lil
So
Marco is such a good
there
boy.
are 4 words
Paper airplane.
closer to
Jet.
plane, or 3 words closer to plane to the secret word. Okay, so rocket, pilot, jet. Okay, pilot, crew.
Rocket. Seems almost exact to last night.
It does, but last night
Diarrhea.
it was wing, I think.
At Miss_Casey_1.
Glider.
Glider.
High. Up.
Helicopter.
Helicopter.
It was wing last night.
Plane. Fly. Flight.
Space shuttle. Balloon. Creche. A.
Airline. Okay.
Bingo.
Okay. All right, we're doing 2 more. 2 more, and I'm calling it.
Crash.
Tyler, you get the first word because it's your birthday.
W. Tyler. Cake. HBD Tyler. Sock. Splash. LMAO. Potato. Couple. Smart. Water. Candle. Teen. Tire. Book. Vacation.
Wait, really quick.
President.
The people with the orange crabs next to your names, is that subscriber or is
Adventure.
that super fan?
Planet. Teenager.
Like, can you guys still post emojis with subscriber,
Group.
which was like the $4 a
Hold
month?
on. Yeah. Teen.
Okay,
Book.
cool. All right, that's
Oh.
good. Okay. Ooh, book. Who hit book? Emily, nice one. Page. Paper.
Page.
Deed.
Library.
Library.
Title.
Hey! Wait, Emily just speed ran that. Book,
Novel.
library, done.
Font. You can use fan stickers if you send your heart me.
Ah,
Scroll.
okay, that's good. So
Author.
nobody has to spend the
Band.
$10.
W. Emily.
All right, Emily, you get the first guess. This is our last contexto.
W. Emily. W. Emily.
Oh, we're 1 heart me away from hitting the goal. Y'all, it's a singular penny. Food.
Mechanic. Oops, I spelled it wrong. Sorry. Ghetto. Forest. Way to go, Emily. Joy. Send your heart me's chat. Doctor. Force. Hand. Feel. Butt stuff. Hand. Laugh. Vagabond. Smooth. Blood.
Okay, hand is pretty close. Let's start looking there.
Finger.
Blood. What?
Draw.
Ooh, foot's really
Finger.
close. Did we
Finger.
do sock already? That was last game.
At ICE cold.
Walk.
Male. Mock. She. Toe.
Mock. Wait, did Mock say
Body.
something?
Digit. Nail. Paint. Toe. Limb. Polish.
Ooh,
Toe.
toe's good.
Appendage. Polish.
Wait, she's
Digit.
texting me.
Nail.
Where do hamburgers go to dance?
Pinky. Heel. Joint. Fingernail. Heel. Bone. Index.
The meatball.
Digit. Pan. Burger bar. Nail.
I love that emoji, Neely, for that joke. Nail.
Skin.
And okay, toe. We're closest with toe. Toe. Bunion.
Pinky.
Horn.
Polish.
Pinky.
Toenail. It was actually an
Toenail.
accident. Heel. Finger. Digit.
Oh, toenail's really close.
Sock.
Wait, toenail is really
Toenail.
clip.
Walk. Pedicure.
Pedicure.
Bunion. Sock.
Polish.
Polish.
I heard
Pedicure.
Polish 3 times, and I was like,
Polish.
"Why are they saying Polish?" Now I got it. Okay, we're 2 away.
Fingernail.
Oh, did I misspell bunion?
Cuticle.
I guess I did. Oh.
Clippers. Barbershop. Clip.
Barber. I tried clip.
Pedicure.
No, we tried pedicure.
Salon.
Salon.
Fungus.
Toe ring is 2 words. I'm pretty sure.
Fungus.
Fungus.
Stub law.
Among. Sub.
Hangnail.
Damn.
Manicurist. At Jonathan BBN. Shoe. Polish.
Shoe. Or shoe. I mean, shoe's pretty close.
Pig.
Wet.
Ingrown.
Ingrown. Shoe, toe, toenail, sandal.
Sock.
That'd
Foot.
be better.
Saloon.
We tried sock.
Sock. Sock.
Stocking.
Slipper.
Slipper.
Sandal.
We tried sandal. I
Barber.
forgot. I got to check YouTube and Twitch. They're guessing too. Sole.
Heel. Callus. Clippers. File.
We tried clipper.
Pedicure.
File.
Ballet.
Tried that already.
Did we do foot already?
We must have, right? That's how we got here. Yeah. I don't think feet would be any different. Yeah, it counts for
Fungal
foot.
toe.
Ballet. Fungal
Phalange.
toe. Phalange. Regina
Pointer.
Phalange. Phalange.
Podiatrist. Point. Heel.
Diet.
Tap.
We tried heel. Tap.
Callus. Keratin. Lol. Polish.
Tried
Phalange.
callus.
Walk.
Tried polish.
Insole.
Sole.
Pinky.
Tried walk, but we didn't try
Arch.
run.
You
Tried
said heel
pinky.
instead of heel.
Sneaker.
Point. Kick. Sneaker. Ballet. Achilles.
Oh.
Stub.
Tried stub.
Dan's big toe. Arch.
Arch.
Shoelace. Tarsal.
Parcel.
Tiptoe.
So.
Balance. Arch.
Alan.
Spell heel instead of heel, Don Melk.
I did.
Cuticle.
I did. We did both. We did cuticle.
Hangnail.
We did hangnail.
Ballet.
We did ballet.
Hair?
Hair.
Nail.
Biotin.
Sock.
We tried
Nail
sock.
polish. Laces.
Tried nail.
Keratin.
Is nail polish one word?
Knuckle.
Knuckle. Tried keratin.
Fungus. Keratin.
Tried fungus.
We're going to feel dumb when we
I
figure
think
it
so
out.
too.
Toe touch.
Body.
Body.
Oh.
Ankle.
Dip. Ankle.
Calf.
Calf.
Enemy. Stub.
Enemy.
Fingernail.
Fingernail. We did do finger, right? Yeah. Oh, we didn't do finger that whole time. We didn't do finger.
Blister.
Okay, thank God it wasn't finger because I was going to crash out. Blister.
Did we do appendage?
No, I think we did, but I'll try it again.
Phalange.
We did try phalange, or did I spell it wrong?
Leg.
Oh, I did spell it wrong. Okay.
Fingernail.
Leg. Step.
Hey.
A.
Did
A.
you try nail? Toe ring.
Yeah. Oh,
Moaning.
is toe
Still
ring one
debating?
word? No. Still debating? Nah, we're done.
Toe pick.
We toenails would count for
Why
toenail.
did it say piggy?
Piggy.
Tickle. Did you see new video?
The ring video? Or is there another one?
Totally not Erica lurking. At
Totally
Neely
not
Light
Erica
Blue
lurking.
Heart. At Dirty Bag
Erica,
Bloggers, I
we're
was just
thinking about
that.
doing a
Pinky.
live celebration for Shauna's birthday.
At
Thoughts?
Ashby. Wiggle.
Wiggle. Market. Wolf.
Toenail with a space. Toe pick.
No,
At Shauna Thebler, BBN.
we can only do one
Dance.
words. I mean,
Ballet.
singular words. So it wouldn't be toenail with space.
Pinky.
I think we did pinky. Ring.
It shows a lot more than we knew one day ago.
Ring.
Biotin.
I
Claw.
tried biotin actually. Claw. Okay. Wait. Fang.
Apparently, some tried breaking into Vance's house. At Mega Reacts Bro, we are playing a game. Ballet.
Sharp.
Talon. Parasite.
Talon.
At Mega Reacts Read the Room Homie. Talon.
We tried ballet. Falcon.
Paw.
Hawk.
Claw. Paw.
We tried
Whistle.
claw.
Erica is asleep.
Claw.
Scratch.
Cat.
At Shauna Thebler, BB and I know.
Dog.
Guess I missed all the fun. Leg.
Scratch.
Wrist. Dirt. Walk.
We tried walk.
Did we try feet? Sharp.
Stuff. Actin. Tenactin.
Paw.
We tried feet.
Cuticle.
Feet and foot count for the same.
Cosmetologist.
Cosmetologist.
WTAF. Claw. Hoof.
We tried claw.
At Mega Reacts Yep.
Hoof. Hey, let's
Stroll.
go!
Plantar. Paw.
After 110 guesses, mildly thriving hit
At
it.
Mildly thriving nice. Woohoo.
And
Go
what
off.
was leave was second closest.
W thriving.
Horse.
W
Okay,
mildly
I
thriving.
see.
But human was green?
Well, human was. Where was human? Was it? Human wasn't green. Not on this game.
W got there eventually.
Must have been earlier game, unless. Hold on. Got there eventually. Yeah, we did. All right, y'all. Let's play some
Who
Mario.
else got bite 6?
Who else got bide 6? What's bide 6?
Bid 6. I gotta go to bed lol. Night, Dan. Night, everyone.
Good night, Neely.
And that's my contribution to this Sunday. Thank you.
Wow, I mean, that's a big contribution. We could have been stuck on that for a while.
At Neely Light Blue Heart Night lol. Good night, Neely. Everyone have a great day. At Neely Light Blue Heart, good night.
I'll put... Will have one of these.
Biden was the answer.
Yeah, we could use that one maybe.
Dan at 9 a.m. What's happening? Lol.
Been
I am
up
gonna go
all
make an early
night,
morning
whole
snack.
crew's
Great
in
live
here.
again, Dan Whiteheart. Yo. Or just mega go home. Six-hour crash out?
Not today. Oh wait, do you mean
It wasn't the ring video. It's a
are
phone
you
from
saying
balcony on the other side
from
of
now
street,
until when Mac?
topside.
It wasn't the ring video. It's the foam from the balcony. I have not seen that.
Yes, lol. Debate's over for today.
I
When
think I'm
did you
too
go
tired
on?
for a 6-hour crash out. But yesterday was basically a 6-hour
Concepts
crash
of
out.
conceptions.
When did you go on? I think we started at like 3 a.m. Oh, actually, I don't even have to guess. Right here. 4 hours and 40 minutes ago.
Jeez.
So what is that? 3:50? Jeez.
You start so late now, I never get to see you.
I'm sorry. It was just today and yesterday. My sleep schedule is decimated.
long streams.
Like my sleep
I was
schedule
passed out.
lost by 7 million votes. Like, absolutely cooked. I'm hoping this isn't going to be a regular thing. I will say though, I think a lot of people do appreciate there being alive at 6 and 7 a.m. What were we doing? Mario, right? Okay.
I am appreciative.
There you go.
Yes, my puppy wakes me up at 5 a.m.
Aw. Games.
At Elizabeth, my puppy bites my face.
Oh wait, I should probably reset the YouTube live, huh? All right, YouTube. I'm gonna end the live and
Well,
come back.
That's why she can't sleep with me.
So that like this is
Dan.
separated as a gaming live. So